Yes.
Sir, wait. Yes, sir, you can start now. We are live now.
Namaste to everyone. Good morning to all. I, C.A. Rajesh Doshi, Vice Principal of Gokhale Education Society, SHRI BHAUSAHEB VARTAK Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali, Mumbai, very warmly welcome all of you to our two-day national conference on theme Changing Global Scenario, Strategies for Sustainability. On this occasion, I would like to quote a Sanskrit slok, Kshanasya Kanakshchaiva Vidyamartham cha sadayet Ksanatyage kuto vidya Kanatyage kuto dhanam. It means one should learn at every moment, one should earn from every bit. If you waste a second, you can't get knowledge, and if you waste a bit, you can't get a money. Keeping our tradition of constant learning, we have organized our yearly event of 2 days in national conference on very important topic, changing global scenario, strategies for sustainability. I am sure that your time given for this learning attempt would surely be utilized in best possible manner. May I now request our IT coordinator to play our society song.
Magare sani re ga ma pa magare sa magare sani re ga ma pa magare sa navya disha nave swapna jeevana drushti navya disha nave swapna jeevana drushti Gokhale Education Society Education Society Namastubhyam Namastubhyam He Mahaguru Tuja Namo Jnana Sadhana Jnana Seva Jnana Bhuti Vazadamo Mandiri Pesha Ubhavi Jnana Jaji Payati Kirti Pasare Dasha Dishana Sagar Ambari Maharashtra Divya Zai Ani Rupa Hai Dekhane Swarupa Sundar Teja Ujade Divya Teje Chandani Vardhini Vidya Jitete Parama Sundar Alaya Jnana Murti Namadar Gokhale Gokhale Education Society Gokhale Education Society Varsha Shambar Suvarnachi Kozhari Shudhashi Jnana Guru Hi Deti Vidya Deti Ho Bhavan Kashi Jetali Vi Prativyaki Jiva Jnana Prati Jetali Vi Prativyaki Pran Hai Rashtra Prati Pran Hai Rashtra Prati Gokhale Education Society Gokhale Education Society Navya Disha Nave Swapna Jeevana Drushti Navya Disha Nave Swapna Jeevana Drushti Gokhale Education Society Gokhale Education Society Gokhale Education Society.
As per our culture and tradition, we invoke Goddess of Knowledge, Ma Saraswati, with Isastavan sung by our student, Miss Brahmananda Patankar.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः दैवै सदा वन्दिता मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा।
Thank you, Brahmananda. I again request Ms. Brahmananda Patankar to welcome all of us with a beautiful song in her melodious voice. Over to Brahmananda.
सा नि प सा अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलम् अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलम् नित्यप्रियं भारत भारत अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् सागपधनि धपगा पधा गपधनि सनि धप गनि धप नित्य निरन्तरता नवता मानवता समता ममता नित्य निरन्तरता नवता मानवता समता ममता सारथि साथ मनोरथ का जो अनिवार्य नहीं थमता सारथि साथ मनोरथ का जो अनिवार्य नहीं थमता संकल्प विजिताभिमतम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलं संकल्प विजिताभिमतम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलम् अथ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम् आनन्दमङ्गलमङ्गलं शुभ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतं शुभ स्वागतम्।
Thank you, Brahmananda, for such a melodious welcome. May I now request our beloved Principal Madam and Conference Secretary, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, to give her welcome speech and introduce our chief guest and keynote speaker, very learned Sri Vivek Sawant. Over to Sant Madam.
Thank you, Professor Doshi. Good morning, one and all. President of the inaugural function of this two-day National Web Conference, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, an international educationist, chief guest of today's function, Shri Vivek Sawant, chief mentor of Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited, HR Director of Gokhale Education Society, and the Dean of Commerce Faculty, SNDT University, Principal Dr. Dipti Deshpande, Vice Principal of the college and coordinator of this conference, CA Rajesh Doshi, Vice Principal and Joint Coordinator of the conference, Dr. Mahesh Auti, Convener, Dr. Sandeep Karande, Co-Convener, Dr. Sushila Yadav, all invitees, delegates, and dear students. As a principal of this college, I heartily welcome you all for this two-day national conference on the vital theme, Changing Global Scenario, Strategies for Sustainable Development. It is organized by the IQAC of our college. Our college, Gokhale Education Society, SHRI BHAUSAHEB VARTAK Arts, Commerce and Science College, established at Borivali West, Mumbai in June 1979 in order to cater to the educational needs of the student in northwest suburb of Mumbai. The motto of our college is to impart value-based quality education in a disciplined manner. The college is permanently affiliated to University of Mumbai and enlisted under Section 2F12B of UGC Act. It is NAAC re-accredited and ISO certified. In order to enable our students to face the challenges of new trends, management has introduced self-financing courses like BMS, BACIT, BBI, BAF, and postgraduate degree MCOM, as well as short-term courses in addition to BA BCom degree programs. The institution is constantly endeavoring to expand and grow to address the needs of the time. We believe that the faculty has to be a lifelong learner, critical thinker, and a leader of a change. In this context, our college is organizing conferences consistently on contemporary issues. During last 40 years, our college has organized more than 50 conferences and workshops at university, state, national, and international level. The theme of today's conference is Changing Global Scenario, Strategies for Sustainable Development. The global scenario is changing rapidly and in an unexpected way. Emerging economic, digital, cultural, demographic, and environmental forces are shaping people's lives around the planet. This complex environment presents an opportunity and challenges. The most important challenge in front of all of us is, I feel, sustainability development at global and local level. According to 6th edition of Sustainability Development Report of 2021, we observe that all countries have shown reversal in the progress of achieving self-development goals due to COVID-19 pandemic. This calls for an urgent attention from all countries of the world. In the backdrop of this scenario, our college has organized this web conference on the theme Changing Global Scenario, the Strategies for Sustainability. There will be 4 sessions along with inaugural and valedictory function. In all, 46 papers are received for this conference, and selected papers are published in Proceeding and Journal. The Proceeding and Journal will be released in this function. We are really fortunate to have chief guest Shri Vivek Sawant, chief mentor of MKCL for this function. Shri Sawant, soon after his post-graduation, served in academia up to 1988. Based on his research in computational physics and parallel computing, he was invited to join SHRI, where he worked for 12 years in design and development of India's first indigenous supercomputer. He also built SHRI nationwide network of advanced computing training school, and about 25,000 students of this school were placed in India and abroad. Later, he served as the founder, managing director, and CEO of MKCL. He is the chief architect of MKCL flagship digital literacy program, popularly known as MSCIT, Maharashtra State Certificate in Information Technology. And about 1.5 crore individuals have become digitally literate in Maharashtra. Shri Vivek Sawant replicated this success by forging joint ventures of MKCL with government of Rajasthan, Odisha, Haryana, and even Saudi Arabia and Egypt. He has served on several government policy formulation committee and task force at state and national level. He serves on board of several prestigious educational and social organizations as a member, advisor, as a chairman. He is a recipient of number of awards and honors. A big list is with me. The important I will just present. IT Icon Award, Vividha Lakshya Audyogik Samshodhan Vikas Kendra Award for Research and Development in IT, Doordarshan's Shikshan Ratna Award, Dr. Narendra Dabholkar Memorial Award of Maharashtra Foundation, America, Maharashtra Corporate Excellence Award for Innovation, SL Kirloskar Award for Innovation, and just recently he got Yashwantrao Chauhan National Award. Of course, big list is with me. Mr. Sawant was also nominated for World Technology Network Award, San Francisco, for his work of likely long-term significance in education. On behalf of the college, I heartily welcome Shri Vivek Sawant in this inaugural program of our national conference. Welcome, sir. Today, we are very fortunate to have Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi as the president for this inaugural function. Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, an international educationist, Director General and Secretary of Gokhale Education Society, an international authority on management science. He has world record of youngest principal with longest tenure. At the age of 23, he became the principal and served for 37 years as a principal of BYK College. Sir has meaningfully contributed in the field of education for 73 years. He is a pioneer of management education in Maharashtra and started first MBA college at Nasik. He is an authority on management thoughts from Vedas, Upanishads, and Bhagavad Gita. He visited different countries of the globe and provided valuable guidance to students and faculty members of reputed international institutions. He has written 20 books and edited and published more than 100 books. He is a recipient of number of awards and honors like Best Teacher Award, Master Teacher Millennium, Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar, Vidya Saraswati Puraskar, Jnana Tapasvi Puraskar, Chancellor, International Association of World Peace, and many, many more. He has been selected as one of the top 100 intellectuals of the world by Cambridge Biographical Center. Recently, on 10th February 2022, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi has been bestowed with Jeevan Sadhana Puraskar 2022 by Savitribai Phule Pune University on the occasion of the Foundation Day of the University. On behalf of the college and on my personal behalf, I heartily welcome the President of the function and my Guru, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, in this inaugural program. I welcome all the chairpersons and keynote speakers of various sessions, Dr. Naresh Bodke, Director, Competition Commission of India from New Delhi, Dr. S.P. Kallurkar, an international scientist, Shri Mahendra Padhi, Strategy, Brand Marketing and PR team member to President Office of Vedanta Aluminum Limited, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, Principal Dr. Dakshini, Principal Dr. Rane. I also welcome all the paper presenters, invitees, delegates, my colleagues, and dear students. Once again, welcome you all. Thank you very much. Over to Professor Doshi.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your very inspiring welcome address and for introducing our chief guest of this inaugural session, Sri Vivek Sawant, and also Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, Director General and Secretary of Gokhale Education Society. Friends, I am very sure that you will be very happy and you will cherish this learning at this moment from our very learned chief guest, Sri Vivek Sawant. I say this based on my personal experience. Along with all of you, I am also very eager to listen to Sri Vivek Sawant. Sir, over to you. May I request Vivek Sawant, sir, to take over?
Yes, I'll just.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just share my slideshow. Just give me 2 minutes. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just 1 minute. Let's put it on slideshow. Are you able to see the full slide now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, my give gratitude to Professor Suhas Sant, principal of the VARTAK College, for inviting me to this very, very important conference. It's a great honor, pride, and privilege to speak before none other than Professor Gosavi, to whom I hold in great respect for his intellect, for his institution building, and above all, a very, very loving human being. My family is graced with his love and affection. My grandfather, my father, my mother, all respected him a lot. And sir, I'm really delighted that you are present for this program. Of course, when Professor Gosavi sits in the audience, you are only supposed to share your ignorance rather than your knowledge. So Professor Gosavi will allow me to share my ignorance in next few slides. I also thank all the organizers of this program, and especially for choosing such a very, very important theme for this conference. Changing global scenarios for sustainability is the theme of the conference. I will just take you to the slides. There are three aspects which I am covering. First is I'm trying to present you the global scenario in variety of fields, as it is changing, and placing a question mark before the sustainability considerations. Second is what are the opportunities for sustainable development? And finally, what are the strategies for sustainability? So these are the three parts of this presentation. I will try to stick to the time which has been given to me. When you think of sustainability, it is a grand confluence of environmental considerations, the societal considerations, and the economic considerations. So when environment, economy, and society meet, then only you have a possibility of sustainability. Okay, so it's a grand confluence of the three. If you just restrict yourself to environmental considerations, perhaps you may be labeled as an environmentalist or an ecologist or whatever. You cannot be restricting yourself to only economy, because economy at the cost of environment is cause of peril. And you cannot be only looking at the society, because society cannot sustain without economy and environment. So these three considerations together, when you take, then you are actually addressing the issue of sustainability. In this today's lecture, you will find all these three themes running parallelly. What are the mega trends? The mega trends are the trends which emerge over a period of time, and they cannot be reversed by you and me in our lifetimes. There is a lot of research funding that goes in, that are a lot of social pressures that go in, that are lots of economic patterns that emerge, and eventually they lead to what are called as megatrends. And the megatrends, when they come, for example, mobile telephony is a megatrend. You and me cannot reverse it. Okay, if you want to fight against mobile phones, then again you will use mobile phones. So that is called megatrend. Okay, so the megatrends are posing several challenges as well as opportunities. Let's look at them quickly, one by one. I hope you are able to see my slides clearly, Joshi sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yes, great. Great. Thank you. So one of the first major challenges that we face, as Suhas mentioned, that is of the pandemic, and now it is transforming itself into endemic. And it posed challenges for our society as well as economy. And you see what has happened in the lockdowns and how the economy has suffered and things like that globally. The second challenge that we are finding as a mega trend is that of emergence of extreme consumerism. The goods and services are being consumed, and larger carbon footprints, water footprints, energy footprints are being placed on the planet. Next is that there is a growing material and energy demands, which are causing the kind of effects that you see in the slides. The carbon footprints, which I talked about, you can just see what kind of, the metros and megacities which are coming up. And as you know that in very near future, you will see emergence of a big city, one of the biggest in the world, that is called Mutha Purana, that is Mumbai, Thane, Pune, Raigad and Nashik. These all cities will become one big metro. Biggest human settlement on the planet will be this, on say right from 1850 feet above the mean sea level where Pune city is located, things like that. So this is going to cause tremendous amount of carbon, water footprints, energy footprints, and things like that. The increasing levels of carbon emission, as you can see in many places, and as you see the global warming, the temperature of the planet is growing, and all the nations in Paris conference, in Glasgow conference are trying to bring it down to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So it's a big challenge before the governments and society. There are the rivers, the oceans, the lands are becoming the places of debris. As you see that in many cities across the world, the debris is getting collected in large, like hills and mountains. When I went to Los Angeles, I thought that Mumbai has only Devnar as a big debris, but Los Angeles has equally big heap of garbage. And even if you appoint large number of robots, they cannot decompose it. And Mumbai, in Devnar, you see 1 lakh people are thriving on that debris. So then this is a monocrop is again a big challenge before us. It has become a mega trend, and as if our food sustainability and food security is based on this inorganic monocrop agriculture, which is causing a greater danger to sustainability. Any production process and any transportation process, as per the second law of thermodynamics, results into irrecoverable heat, which is entropy. Entropy of the universe increases. So this heat is causing warming. Eventually did not perceive it because number of vehicles, number of factories, the consumption, domestic consumption, etc., was much less. But now we are exceeding the natural limits, and that's why it's causing global warming. The effects on human health and climate, ecology, and environment are now seen in greater and greater proportion. And there is a degradation of biodiversity. India is gifted with biodiversity, but over a period of time, the biodiversity is declining. The large number of species are threatened. Plant as well as animal species are threatened. And Isaac Asimov wrote a very beautiful science fiction in which he mentioned about rich going to Mars. And eventually they have to return back to the planet because the human body itself has large number of animal and plant species. And we don't live without bacteria. And we exist because species exist. So it's a game of coexistence. We are product of evolution. We cannot just transplant ourselves somewhere on the planet and continue as human civilization. So the degradation and the threat to the survival of the species getting extinct is a direct threat to the human civilization. So selfishly, same. Then sudden changes in the climate and weather. Weather is something which you and me perceive every day, and climate is a 30-year kind of the pattern that is called climate. So the climate change is, those long-term patterns are changing, and the greenhouse effect is what you and me are regularly experiencing. This is the kind of oceans warming, and as you know, that right from last 2-3 years, the Arabian Sea has also started warming up, and that's why you are facing lots of cyclones, which we never used to know. We used to know that cyclones, hit Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, but now they hit our Konkan region and Mumbai and things like that. So it's a big threat to our survival. Severe droughts immediately after unprecedented rainfalls, you are having the desertification of the planet as another threat to the sustainability. Cloudbursts are now normal. Previously, once in a lifetime, we used to hear about cloudbursts, but now they are normal. And you know that, for example, the capital of Louisiana state, the New Orleans, 1 million people were evacuated from that city, and the city had no electricity for hundreds of days. That is, I'm talking about the United States, the so-called developed country. So those are the challenges which are before us, and this is the kind of devastation. The dry spells, then the torrential rains, and the unseasonal rains. This is becoming the order of the day. And those dry spells are required, but very long dry spells are killing agriculture. So that is a threat to the survival of human species. Floods and deluges, and you know that it has become commonplace. Initially, we faced this in Kolhapur and Sangli, and now it is almost everywhere. This is happening more and more so from 2012, which was predicted by Royal Society London. The landslides is another big issue which is coming up. We used to be very proud of Sahyadri, but now in Sahyadri also the landslides have become common. You know that our most, closest to our heart is Panhalgarh, and lots of walls of Panhalgarh have, been completely destroyed by landslides. So which we never expected. We believed that the monolithic Deccan basalt is means many poets have written poems on its firm structures, but not anymore. So the landslides are not only in Himalayas but also in Western Ghats, and you have seen the kind of the damage that Kerala has faced in recent landslides in Palghat districts, where Silent Valley Forest is located. Hailstorms, then the cyclones about which I spoke. And this is what happens to people. The most affected are the poor people on the planet. And they have to restart. In my own village in Konkan, all the coconut gardens are finished. So for the next 40 years, our village is not going to have those coconut gardens and that beauty along the seashore. So this is now the commonplace. The forests are burning, especially the Mexican, the Amazon, in the Amazon region, the forests are, and Amazon carries 20% of all fresh water on the planet. So it's very big danger for climate change, as well as global warming, as well as for water security of the planet, that those forests are burning. unabated forest burning. So, and these are sudden extreme temperatures, which are heat waves as well as cold waves. This is happening to the endangered species. And sociologically, the people are gathering, like Greta Thunberg. She quit the school. All of us are educationists, and we must ensure that the schools remain meaningful. The education is for tomorrow, and we must offer some education which is relevant for tomorrow. So the syllabi of all our courses have to now become the syllabi for sustainability. That is the need of the hour. If we do not stand to that need, our schools and colleges will become obsolete. That happened to her school, and she quit the school because the school which teaches me how to damage the planet is causing the threat to my own survival of my generation. All generations have damaged the planet, and if they are the same education to me, then it's better that I quit the school and start saving the planet. That was Greta Thunberg's clarion call. And responding to that, 1 crore students on the planet have left the school, and they work in a movement called Friday for Future. So this is happening to the 15 lakh students came on the streets of Delhi, and they said, "Ab ki baar climate change pe sarkar." So the sustainability is not so much close to our hearts because we are, grown up and old. It is closest to the heart of the children because they have to live for the future. And sustainability as a concept talks about how do I live without damaging the opportunities of my future generation, without extracting the resources for future generation, without exploiting the natural resources which belong to my future generation. That is the science of sustainability. So we have to stay within our limits without endangering the existence of the younger generations of human beings and the generations and the species of other animals and plants. This is the key issue of sustainability. That the children and the people across the planet are getting awakened, and they are coming on the streets like this. This is Microsoft employees in our precisely technical language. They are saying clean our cloud. Okay, so the footprints, the footprints are like this, that you can see that the agriculture and forest and other land use, 24%, transportation, industry, electricity and heat production. That is where I was talking about entropies, 25%. So these are some of the considerations. Now, this is a slide where you see that the footprint of your normal Victorian car, as it is called, is exactly same as the top range EV car. The green number plate which is coming on several cars is pseudo green. It is not green at all. Okay, we can, as scientists, we can go into details and prove for ourselves that it is some kind of economic consideration, but not environmental. It is pseudo green. So I'm not personally against or for electric vehicles, but I'm personally critic of calling it as green. Okay, so this is what is the footprints of our food, and you can see that meat has a largest footprint. So I cannot tell you to become vegetarian, but you must get awakened that when you eat non-veg food in the present supply chain across the planet, it is 47.6%. So it's very, very environment damaging kind of food. And as you see, as the years pass, we are increasing the atmospheric CO2, and the rising carbon emission will kill vital corals. If I don't know how many of you have gone to Australia and seen the corals there, but as you go to Gold Coast and move forward, you can see what I'm talking about. So those kind of Great Barrier Reefs will be killed, will be nowhere. Okay, like my village doesn't have those coconut gardens now. Same things will happen to the Great Barrier Reef and to many species which are vital to your and my survival. There is an extreme crisis in agriculture, and there is a number so there is a deepening crisis in agriculture, and we'll talk about what is the sustainability solution on this. So the marginal farmers, sub-acre farmers, small landholders are in big distress. Okay, and this is actually, they are becoming environmental refugees. The governments, instead of spending on development, have to now spend on disaster management. As you see, you open the newspaper and you see what our government and ministers and officers are talking about. They are talking about disaster management. May it be pandemic or may it be environmental disasters, the floods or the famines, or, so they are always talking more and more about disaster management. So the basic task of the governance of welfare state is taking a backseat, and the poor are getting affected. The concentration of wealth, and some of you are professors of economics, and you must have seen the recent reports of the extreme. It's like a tsunami of inequality, which is grabbing the planet. Something like 45 Indians have a wealth which is equivalent to 55 crore Indians. So these kind of disparities or inequalities in terms of the wealth are emerging, and that is greater danger to social sustainability. A nation cannot sustain with this kind of inequality. It is causing unrest, it will cause nationalism, it will cause terrorism, it will give rise to fuel to the fundamentalism, and overall the peace and prosperity will be endangered. So the wealth distribution, equitable wealth distribution and social justice is an important sustainability considerations. And this is just a numeric footprint of that. There is a significant growth in population which is underprivileged because of this inequality which is grabbing our planet. This is not only India, everywhere this is happening. So the poor, destitute and deprived people, like they walked after the sudden lockdown which was announced in India, and you and me have seen, and people have died under the trains and whatnot. They climbed near Nasik across the Kasara Ghats and were walking down up to Bihar, and this was the plight of the poor, destitute and deprived. The sustainability of its people at large, not just for few. So they are getting exploited, oppressed, and these are the kind of unrest which is taking place among them. By 2035, we will be 150 crore Indian, and 55% of Indians, as per today's projections, will be in this category. Okay, so we have a alarming situation as education is. And these are the kind of their situation. These are the dumb labor in which they are engaged, while we are on the other side talking about knowledge society. So these are the disparities which are this is the kind of thing now. While there is a robotics as a subject being taught in many engineering colleges now, is not being created for this gentleman. So this is his profession, and so many of the die every year because of suffocation. So these are the challenges of sustainability of the poor people, because they have to undertake such kind of professions and get migrated from one place to another. The undernourishment is a issue, and in sustainability development goals, food for all is expected to be a scientific possibility. The homelessness is a big crisis in India because of ultra-urbanization, which is causing lots of slums, and people are they have to leave the countries because of social unrest, like what happened in Syria, and is a picture of that. The unhygienic shelters is another biggest threat to the sustainability. Unemployment among the youth, and we must have the policies of, like Gandhiji had the slogan of quit India, so we have to say and there are good strategies for increasing the employment in terms of the green collar jobs and the new collar jobs. New collar jobs coming in our field of technology, and green collar jobs coming in for repairing the damage. This is the hopelessness among the youth, which is seen now. As you saw, something happened, something went wrong in railway recruitments, and the youth became violent. The opportunities for women are declining. As you must have seen in last 2 years, women employment has declined. Even the educated women employment has declined in India. While we are talking about women empowerment, Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, etc., actually the statistics is telling something opposite. So we need to correct there, because keeping 50% of population under injustice, you cannot create a sustainable, peaceful, prosperous society. So the priorities for women empowerment will have to be addressed. The handicapped children, India is becoming almost like a capital of malnourished, capital of stunted population, capital of physically challenged, mentally challenged. So we need some fundamental strategies for sustainability. One of the recipes for that comes from President Hickman, who was awarded Nobel Prize in the year 2000. And Sir Hickman's framework says that the earlier you invest, the greater are the returns on investment. And he has shown in his framework that if you invest early enough on the children, on their health and education, and by the way, Professor Hickman is not a socialist economist, he is a perfect capitalist economist, but he has proven that if you invest on the health and education of the children early enough, then you get 13 to 18% returns on investment in the economy, because in such nations, they become more sustainable in terms of economy, because they have less unemployment or underemployment. They require less prisons, they require less courts, they require less police, and all those kinds of things you can imagine for yourself. So the social injustice, the eclipse to the threat to the freedom and equality and fraternity, and above all the tolerance, so that is growing currently. So there is threat to democracy also, and there is a big arms race. As you know, the biggest sustainability consideration from the last 2 days on the planet is the Ukraine crisis. If something breaks out between United States and Russia, I think all of us are in danger, because both of them have the stockpiles of nuclear weapons, which can, completely destroy this earth many, many times. What will remain after destroying it once, I don't know, but there is a madness on both sides of stockpiling the nuclear weapons and the intercontinental ballistic missiles. So, and that is happening. The cause of that is energy. Okay, so the source of energy, the fossil fuel, is fueling this probable war in Ukraine. So this is the sustainability issue the world is facing. And these are the kind of huge armor that people have started, and the effects of it. The social polarization against democracy is going on in many nations. And we must ensure that the people's right to disagree with you, those people should not be called as anti-national, because they are criticized. So the tolerance, which is the heart of Indian culture, Sahishnutha, is under danger currently. The value of Sahishnutha emerged in Indian society to make society sustainable. So we should revisit those, great Indian values. The scientific temper is declining, and more superstitious kind of beliefs are being practiced, and that is causing exploitation of the poor. And my psychiatrist friends tell me that all the MBBS doctors, and means allopathy or say homeopathy or Ayurveda, all of them will have to now start prescribing the medicines for psychological disorders. So they need training programs, and they have come to me, and we are creating several hours of training e-learning training programs for regular physicians to prescribe psychological to treat psychological disorders. Because many diseases which are outwardly showing symptoms of physical ill health actually originated from psychological disorders. So this is a complete shift in terms of diagnosis and cure that will have to be done. It's a huge challenge before us that millions of doctors will have to be now retrained. And there are growing signs of diabetes and lifestyle diseases among the young. There is a sustainability consideration for the cultures, traditions and cultures. Everywhere there is a domination, and look at this picture. This lady, has to again show that some Western symbol on this Valentine's Day. So whereas they have art and culture of their own, but they have to get it completely hegemonized by the Western or developed world. So these are several problems to our economic and social and environmental sustainability. What are the opportunities before us? The opportunities are, the products are getting knowledgeized and knowledge is getting productized. So very new things are emerging, and our schools must teach this kind of thing. You can just see, I've just symbolized it by one simple innovation. The same particular means the price of this product the lady is holding is not in its material, not in its energy, but it is the innovation, creativity, and the fundamental knowledge about the body as a structure. And plethora of such products are coming up. This is the great sign of hope. Going digital, mobilization, digitization, and virtualization is helping us to cut down the energy input. Okay, because you don't have to travel so much. And this particular meeting itself is a classic, proof of that, that by virtualization of our meeting, all of us have reduced a lot of carbon, saved a lot of, footprint. Otherwise, all of us would have traveled by burning petrol and, and reached a particular place. So, of course, meeting people has a great joy and pleasure, but not always. So, digitization, mobilization, and virtualization is a great opportunity, which is again a mega trend. Okay, like those damaging mega trends I showed, some of the positive mega trends are also coming up on the planet. Okay, the AI. Previously, we had a slogan that electrify, electrify, electrify. Now we have a slogan: cognify, cognify, and cognify. For example, previously they made the electric pump. Out of the hand pump, we made electric pump, so it could pump water fast with less of the muscle power. And now we say cognify. That means from electric pump, we have to go to smart pump. Okay, possible now. So that when the wilting point of that particular crop comes, it will just start the pump only for those many seconds and push some water through the drip. And only a few drops of water will go to that particular crop, and it will get over the wilting. Okay, so this is the sustainability approach. Okay, so using artificial intelligence for such purposes is a very important consideration. For example, using artificial intelligence for translation, okay, or voice typing and for language translations. I read all Chinese newspapers in Marathi. Okay, I don't know Chinese, but I can read all Chinese newspapers because I have got a plugin of Google Translate in my browser. So I just open the Chinese daily and click that plugin. So it appears in Marathi, and quite an authentic Marathi. Of course, near perfect, I may say, not fully perfect. But the people across the world can collaborate for new knowledge and new solutions for sustainability. Not all ideas will come on one part of the world. So the borderless collaboration among the people who cannot understand each other's languages is now possible to create a better planet. Okay. The gig economy is another method. Working for gigs, that is small projects, rather than working for life for one company, working every day for many, many companies by taking gigs and producing the results and taking the small amounts of money for that. So large number of women can be engaged in this. Bangladesh has got ahead into this gig economy. Many people in Philippines have gone ahead into this gig economy. Many people from Thailand have gone ahead into this gig economy. So these are called as new collar jobs. That is, these education of this is not taught in colleges. You have to run on the fly by using online resources and what does the customer want. And for example, now if you come to me for creating a website of your college, I will produce it in 15 minutes by using a technology called Wix. Okay, so such things are happening, and by better and better tools, these people are ensuring their sustainability in terms of their economic, for the economic considerations. So this is a new trend for the employment and economic sustainability of large number of people on the planet. The additive manufacturing is means the 3D printing, etc. Had Gandhiji been present on the planet today, he would have said that this is my 21st century charkha, because it gives rise to no wastage of any material, and in addition, it gives rise to distributed manufacturing. So Gandhiji had a principle that instead of mass production, he wanted production by masses, because there are a large number of Indians who need some job for their hands. So you cannot produce everything by machines and leave them unemployed. Industrial Revolution gave rise to what is called the working class. Whereas the new technology, if artificial intelligence and big data and machine learning are wrongly used, it will give rise to an unworking class on the planet. Okay, so large number of people will be sort of, they don't, in Marathi, बेदखल होणं, नुसते वंचित होणं नाही तर बेदखल होणं, अशी there is a possibility on the planet. So using this new technology in an appropriate manner is a path to sustainability. So 3D printing is one thing. The smart habitats, green habitats is a big area which is emerging everywhere. Then the data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, pattern recognition, you will be surprised that these technologies will be used for modeling every cubic meter of the oceans, every cubic meter of the atmosphere. And it is only in that way we can save the species on the planet, because any intervention into the planet will be controlled. So that is the key to the sustainability. So because we can monitor the planet by a variety of new ideas like neural networks and computer vision. So how to control the damage to the planet and how to repair the damaged planet will be done by only advanced technologies and various other considerations, which I'll come to very quickly. The sensor ecology is spreading, and large number of nanosensors will help you control the damage to the environment. Because you can improve something only if you can measure it. You can measure something only when you can sense it. Okay, so the sensors, which are not to be seen by eyes, 10,000 times smaller than your human hair, will create, the kind of, and they will talk to each other on Wi-Fi. So you can get full picture of what is going wrong or something like that, So if temperature is rising, certain species is getting, extinct or threatened, or some undue damage is being caused to the environment by mining or by fishing, you can control it runtime. That is the promise of the technology to you. Okay. The soil temperature is a great predictor of famine or drought. So monitoring soil temperatures is beyond the control of the farmers, but with sensors you can do that, and you can predict a famine or a drought 15 days to 21 days in advance. Okay, so 3D printing I already spoken. Then drones is another big mega trend which is coming, and estimating the damage to the crops and creating correct estimates for the insurance, for crop insurance, and also the danger from the animals on the fringe areas of the forest to the farmers. Big problem in Vidarbha. So many such places you can use drone technologies. Self-driven electric vehicles is a new thing, because it will cut down the parts from 30,000 parts, it will come to 300 parts. So that particular vehicle is easy to manufacture, but you have to go for fuel as green hydrogen. Okay. So our Prime Minister has announced on 15th of August 2021 on his Red Fort speech, starting a national hydrogen mission. So if hydrogen is pursued correctly in our colleges and we create hydrogen storages at affordable cost. Now, some of the buses have started running on experimental basis on hydrogen in Pune. So hydrogen-based conversion of electricity and then electric vehicles is a green proposition. Okay, green hydrogen is the basis of that. So we must understand EV in this way. If you are charging batteries somewhere and putting them into car, that's no longer a green vehicle. Okay, so this is a new opportunity for us for sustainability. Augmented reality, virtual reality, and the banking without banks. Okay, like blockchains is another big security for your financial wealth and your transactions. So the transaction security, the transaction sustainability in financial field is a very important thing because cyber crimes have increased. So blockchain is coming as a sustainability technology for all of us. And it will spread in the computing and quantum computing and brain mapping. These are certain technologies because unless you do brain mapping, you cannot control the psychological disorders. So sustainability of human being, the health is very important consideration. So we will have to understand that the future products will be grand confluence of biotechnology, nanotechnology, synthetic biology, genomics, and such technologies put together. So very new products and services are coming, which is called Industrial Revolution 4.0 and 5.0. So these are the organs and which can be produced out of it. So the life sustainability of human beings will be it is on the design table to be having 500 years, but let's see. I hope I'm within time limits. Can you give me 10 more minutes, sir? Is it okay, or should I stop here?
Sir, you can continue.
Sir, you can continue.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm exceeding time. I'm very sorry.
No.
So these are the borderless collaboration opportunities, and this is the the application of knowledge for socio-economic progress is the key. You can see very new products which are emerging because of fundamental use of knowledge in that. The price of these products is not based on its material or its energy, but based on its new knowledge, which is patented through intellectual property rights. So the economic prosperity of India, the economic sustainability of India will happen only when our students and our people actually use a lot of register a lot of intellectual property rights. US economy today, 35% of US GDP does not come from any crop in the fields, or does not come from any production in the factories, or does not come from any services delivered in service sector, but it comes from royalties on intellectual properties. One of the simplest example is this mobile phone. When you pay for this in thousands of rupees, it goes to millions of royalties for millions of patents, and they are all registered in US Patent Office. So the money goes there. So this is the key to our economic sustainability, that we'll have to produce lots of patented intellectual property. And this is happening like a mega trend. And now the entrepreneurship or innovative knowledge curves and the new agriculture, and those are the areas which I will skip some of them. And the sustainability consideration is that human intelligence plus artificial intelligence is the key for survival hereafter. And the sectors are growing, and the collaboration among the ordinary people creating extraordinary things. Okay, this is a very new trend for sustainability. Ordinary people on the planet come together through borderless collaborations and create some extraordinary things like Wikipedia and things like that. So that is the future direction for even production and many fields of economy. I will skip some of the slides and come to the last part of my lecture, because that is also important. I will send all these slides to you later. I will come to the third part, that is strategies for sustainability. First is we have to spread green awareness and environmental literacy among the people. The second strategy is awaken people against pseudo-green products and services, because like I mentioned about EV in the present form, electric vehicle in the present form. Then ensure eco-effectiveness instead of just eco-efficiency. I'll explain to you. And so that you will understand the future slides. I'll just take a simple example. I recently bought a book. Okay, this is that book. This is, can you see this book in my hands? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the name of the book is Cradle to Cradle. Now this book, all of people say that the paper and printing and transportation, etc., is causing a big carbon footprint and energy footprint. Now, this book is very interesting book. Okay, when you want eco-efficiency, then you use very thin paper and the ink spreads, and it's a very flimsy thing. The reader's delight is gone. The paper and ink both can cause problems to one's health. The ink can have toxins and the paper can have toxins and things like that, and many, many problems. People say that, okay, you read on the computer. Okay. Many people don't like to read books on computers or smartphones. Okay. Or Kindle. This is the most comfortable way of reading the book. Okay. But what is this? This book is a great symbol. This is made of an environmental friendly polymer. Okay. This book I can read while taking a shower in my bathroom. Nothing goes wrong with this book. Okay. And this polymer is very eco-friendly. This is knowledge society. Remember how knowledge society leads to sustainability. This is the example. And it is a fantastic reading experience, very snow white paper, because it's a polymer. It's no bleaching, no damage to the environment. Okay. And it can be further improved. The ink is such that if I wash it in certain particular eco-friendly chemical, this whole ink will be washed and I can print a new book on this. Okay. So this is the sign or symbol of the future, sustainability. All products and services can follow this philosophy. And in next few slides, I will explain this philosophy to you. Okay. In simple words. So as I showed you, it is user-friendly, not just eco-friendly. Okay. By giving something eco-friendly, you can kill the user's convenience. And people have aspirations. Okay. Everybody is not Gandhi. People have aspirations. So aspirations versus austerity. You need not have austerity. You can enjoy your aspirations provided you create a new eco-effective knowledge. Okay. That is the key to sustainability. And there are new products coming up. For example, you can grow your table in laboratory today. So you have certain plant and a tissue culture and you can give the algorithm to it. So it develops itself into a table. So you don't have to cut forest for creating a good table. Yeah, everybody wants a table. Aspiration is there. You cannot sit on the floor every time. So aspirations and eco-sensitivity can come together in a new world, and you can create eco-effective products, not necessarily eco-efficient products. What happens is it's a boon to both the people as well as the planet. Okay. And how can you design products with, which are infinitely recyclable materials? Okay. And the material at the same level of quality. For example, this book, the material, the polymer can be recycled again and again, and it will remain the same polymer. Okay. The same quality. You can print new book on this. Okay. So that is the idea of the design philosophy. Okay. So this is one very interesting thing which is coming up now in the world. And this is happening to many products, not just, not just the eco-friendliness, eco-efficient. And how can you conceive and design new materials, with their future life foremost in your mind, rather than an awkward afterthought. This is the very interesting consideration. Otherwise, what we do for eco-efficiency, we use something and then we say that, okay, I don't know what will happen to the future for this material, because it will be waste, it will create debris, it will create those big hills in Deonar or in Los Angeles and things like that. No longer so. Okay, you can have the complete life of that material in your mind while designing the product. Okay, so these new materials will create a new world, new sustainable world. How can we conceive product that celebrates their material rather than apologizing for them? Okay, like if I create a paper book, while reading an eco-sensitive individual, I will always feel that I have cut some forest, I have cut some forest. I'm gaining some knowledge, but I have cut the forest. No longer so. Okay, so I can celebrate this material and not apologize for it. So this is a strategy for sustainability. Implement circular economy, which is, this book is a classic example. The same material circulate, recycles, and it not only recycles, but it can upcycle, because if I put some new knowledge into that, that product is upcycling. Okay. Dematerializing. You use more of bits rather than atoms. Okay. So go digital is a strategy for sustainability. Everything need not be for atoms. Means for my physical needs, my village is my world. And for my needs of my knowledge and for culture and for my spirituality, the world is my village. Okay. So this is a consideration. So it's like a, global approach for sustainability. So atoms versus bits. The knowledge input will replace, as I showed you in this symbolic product, the knowledge input will replace the raw material input, the energy input, the financial capital input, and the dumb labor input. So that is the strategy for sustainability, that you go for more knowledge input, more creativity input, and thereby save the planet and save the society. Cherish biodiversity. I'm creating a huge experiment in the district of Solapur where farmers are coming together. They plant more than 35 varieties at the same time. 5 of them go west because government changes the policies. Okay, prices are falling in the markets. Or 5 of them go away because of the climate change. But something like 25 remain, and that creates a sustainability of the farmers. So the biodiversity is a recipe to sustainability in agriculture for small farmers, and especially the farmers who have committed suicide. Their families are practicing this because they don't want to commit suicide like their father. Women are coming forward for biodiversity based agriculture. So that is a key to sustainability, because they have some kind of symbiotic relationship among them, and a lot of research has gone as to how those 35 species should be picked up and how a particular farmer can get, a 2.5 acres farmer can get an income which is more or less equivalent to the 4th class government servant. Okay, some sustainability and some dignity. That is very important. Dignity is very important. Encouraging biomimicry and bio-inspired innovations. This is very close to my heart, but I will not take your time to speak on bio-inspired innovations some other time. Okay. I'm championing all the 3 causes which I mentioned at the very beginning of my lecture: environmental, social, and economic. Okay. And being vocal for accomplishing the SDGs, Sustainability Development Goals. Another strategy, and R&D subsidies for developing such sustainable products and services, like that book I showed you. So many products can be designed if R&D is subsidized. And the R&D departments of the corporates have to take the leadership position that we are here to change the world. We will drive the company for sustainability. We'll also ensure the health of the people, the health of the planet, and the health of the company in the form of profits. That can happen through the new emerging knowledge. Okay, so that is the sign of hope. And for all of us, we have to reduce some of our needs. We have to follow Gandhi to the best possible extent. we have to refuse using certain things or refuse some things, reuse them, restore the forest. I have created some experiments in Nandurbar district where by just doing nothing but protecting everything, the restoration of ecological environment is possible. Within 2 to 3 years, we have created wonders there. I can show some of you when you can travel with me to Darachinsora, there by just restoration, allowing the nature to take its course and saving it from human intervention, recover, recycle, upcycle, and things like that. Design for other 90%, and this is my last slide, almost last slide. And 90% of the designers of the world design products for 10% population, and that's why they design products for people who have lots of money, and that's why they create larger and larger carbon footprints, environmental footprints, and things like that. Whereas they forget that 4.5 billion people on the planet have less than $3 a day income. And they are not just a governmental market, but they can be a market for private sector, provided you design products which are need-based rather than artificial need-based. Most of the designers, 90% designers, create new needs in the minds of the customers and design the products for that. Whereas 4.5 billion people are unserved by good products. For example, 2.5 billion people on the planet require a SPECT, which is $1. And there is no SPECT on the planet which is $1, whose focal length can be changed as per my requirements. This is knowledge input. Okay, such products are not designed, and the world is a market for that. Huge thing. Those products are not designed. The designers, 90% designers of the world are misdirected. So the way to sustainability is these brainy people, designers, have to design products for the other 90% population of the world. Finally, when products are developed, first copy cost can be taken, and the millions and millions copies further can be at the zero marginal cost. That is a new economy which we can create, economy of giving. And therefore, the real way to sustainability is given by the Indian culture, and that is this. We have to create Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Vasu stands for the word Saujanya. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam rather than Vasudhaiva Marketam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful keynote address. As usual, it was really a pleasure to learn from you, to listen to you. You have cognified the learning methods. In a masterly manner, you covered each and every area of human life having effect on sustainability of changing global scenario. I'm sure that you have inspired all of us to learn eco-friendly methods of spreading knowledge. From your talk, I'm reminded about the government initiative of sending eco-friendly plantable seed paper invitation card for Republic Day program. We are very lucky to have a very cooperative management, which provides us complete inspiration and guidance for conducting any important event. We all are very lucky to have Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant as our principal, our mentor, our guide, to guide us all the time. We also have very learned and highly spiritual Guru, Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, as Honorable Secretary and Director General of our Gokhale Education Society. It is always a pleasure to listen to Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, and we all wait very eagerly to listen to him. May I request now Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi to present his presidential address.
Our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Sawant, mentor, Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Private Limited, Pune. Our Director HR, Principal Dr. Mrs. Deshpande. Our other office bearers, Principal of the college, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, her colleagues, members of the staff, donors, invitees, student friends, and all the participant delegates for this WAPE conference. I have great pleasure in presiding over this two-day WAPE conference organized by Gokhale Education Society's SHRI BHAUSAHEB VARTAK Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali, on the most relevant and contemporary theme, changing global scenario, strategies, and I am very happy that it has coincided with the new education policy which has been announced by the central government recently and which will have great impact on the functioning and role of higher education institutions in India. I must at the outset pay my tributes to Padma Shri BHAUSAHEB VARTAK, who played a very important role in bringing out this college into the present status as we see. He was instrumental in insisting that we must have a college in the jurisdiction of the University of Bombay, wherein we shall provide affordable cost education, value oriented in all faculties and disciplines. And it's a matter of great pride for all of us and particularly for our society that this college has maintained its discipline and brought out a reputation. I remember the ex-Vice Chancellor of your university, Srimati Asha Snehalata Deshmukh, when visited on many occasions this particular institution, has said and talked about the discipline. Attentiveness of students is available everywhere, but attendance 100% and a sort of a discipline which is exhibited by the college as a whole right from inception till this day is a matter of great pride. Friends, seminars, conferences, exhibitions, symposia, workshop, all these are very important tools, making our total higher education learning more resourceful and rewarding. And it's a matter of great pride that this college has organized national and international seminars as well as conferences, and particularly in the present COVID situation, providing online platform for all these, making all the persons in different fields come together, researchers, academicians, scholars, teachers, industrialists, social scientists, and civil executives. When all these people come together and particularly discuss for a subject which is taken, as at present we have changing global scenario, strategies for sustainability. 17 strategies have been adopted by Government of India for sustainable development as such. But I very much value 4 or 5 of them, and it is that particular field: agriculture, water, power, electrical mobility, and environmentalism, climate emergency as we call it. And it is here that education, new education policy must play its role for making our learners more holistic. So new areas have come, new subjects have come, and student must be made aware of all these different areas which enable him to make his particularly talent, temperament and technology at his command, enabling him, empowering him to play his role more powerful. And make the country emerge as a superior economy in the shortest possible time. Artificial intelligence, big data, data analytics, Internet of Things, machine learning, all these new areas, you see, certificates and diploma programs in these areas will have to be provided at undergraduate level and postgraduate level. And this can come through organization of such webinars, seminars that are being organized by your college. Particularly our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Sawant, is a distinguished past student of Gokhale Education Society. He is a scholar student of HPT College, Nasik. We are proud of his achievement and we are equally proud of his present contribution to the economy as a whole, making India and Maharashtra more digitalized, online learning, technology, integration of research and technology, and making our education more and more multidisciplinary and powerful instrument, empowering women through education. All these various aspects which are being taken in hand by the present young generation, particularly through these new education policy programs that will follow, I am sure our society will emerge as a very optimistic and holistic institution for making our total living more qualitative and rewarding. India has demographic dividend, and these decades we have seen 65% of our population is below the age of 50. Our average is 29. And therefore, if we make our education, particularly higher education, more qualitative, more relevant, providing competencies to the learners, competency of research and inquiry, competency of creativity and innovation, and competency of technical and ethical leadership, I am sure higher education, its role to enable the learner to lead the situation, will make India a very superior economy in the shortest possible time. As we all know, our higher education system is third largest in the world, next only to USA and China. And as we have more than 1,000 universities and 50,000 colleges, providing education to more than 2.5 crore population of that age, we are sure that the changing global scenario, which is happening very fast, affecting the entire world as such, strategies can be adopted, making our total effort in less efforts as we can see, less time as we can see, less cost as we can see, and enabling all of us to be more qualitative in all our activities. I would only like to emphasize one important aspect, that sustainable development, creating a sort of a empowerment of people in the society, because employability is important and expectations are rising. With the advancement of science and technology on one hand and fast means of communication on the other, and as such it is necessary that we adopt strategies which will enable us to come out of the situation in the shortest possible time. One of the important calamities, as we can say, is the climate change, global warming. And even though India's role in this particular aspect is only 2 or 3%, India is going to play a very important role in giving a solution to this situation. And therefore, with the population that we have, with the present level of situation that we are having in education, we have to adopt strategies and policies. And new education policy which is emerging and coming has been coming on the most opportune time for all of us. And next 10 years will prove that with the flexibility which is provided, with the restructuring which has been organized, with the research which has been encouraged, and overall multidisciplinary approach which is adopted, I am sure will enable all our learners to develop a very holistic approach and obtain more and more, along with knowledge, skill, techniques, habits, and technologies which will play a very superior role in making India a great power of the world. A 2-day web conference where experts will participate in 2 technical sessions, particularly business environment and changing scenario. Dr. Bodke, Dr. Kallurkar, Dr. Rane, and along with them, participation of delegates in such technical sessions. And I am very happy that various papers received from delegates for discussion in this conference will throw light on various dimensions of the topic in hand, and the conclusions arrived at will be implemented at the appropriate level, and seminar as a method of learning which provides very good inputs to all participants, academicians, researchers, scholars, civil executives, and academics and industry being brought on one platform. Education, higher education becomes more relevant, resourceful, meaningful. And it is from that point of view that I welcome this particular 2-day web conference and declare it inaugurated. I am sure the deliberations will be done in a very meaningful way, and I keep on record my hearty appreciation of the work done by the organizing team, particularly under the dynamic leadership of our principal, Dr. Mrs. Sant, and all her colleagues, coordinators, and supporters in this particular academic exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for guiding all of us on this occasion of our learning efforts. Your blessings are always with us. On this occasion, we are also publishing conference proceedings and journal. I now request Gosavi sir, our Honorable Secretary and Director General of the Society, to permit us formally to release journal of this conference virtually. Thank you. I request now our chief guest, Sri Vivek Sawant, to formally release the conference proceedings virtually. Sir, may we have your permission to release it?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any event is not over till we acknowledge our gratitude for the efforts of all. May I call upon my colleague and Vice Principal of our college, Dr. Mahesh Auti, for a very pleasant task of expressing our gratitude in the form of vote of thanks. Over to Dr. Auti.
Yes, thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Good morning. It gives me a privilege to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. Firstly, I extend our sincere thanks to Honorable Sir Dr. M.S. Gosavi, Secretary and Director General, Gokhale Education Society, a great educationist and international educator, for presiding over an inaugural function of this two-day web conference. I express a deep sense of gratitude towards Honorable Dr. Gosavi sir for enlightening us with the words of knowledge, wisdom, inspiration, and encouragement. Recently, Dr. Gosavi sir has received Jeevan Sadhana Gaurav Award conferred by Savitribai Phule Pune University in honor of his outstanding contribution in the field of higher education. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir. I express our sincere thanks to Honorable Principal Dr. Mrs. D.P. Deshpande, Director HR, Gokhale Education Society, for extending best wishes for this conference. I extend our sincere thanks to the chief guest and keynote speaker of this conference, a very learned personality, highly experienced personality, Honorable Mr. Vivek Sawant, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with his very informative, interesting, and thought-provoking keynote address. Thank you, sir. I take the opportunity to thank Conference Secretary and Principal of our college, Honorable Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant Madam, for delivering welcome speech and introducing the guests, and also for being a constant source of guidance, motivation, and support to make this conference a grand success. Thank you, Madam. I thank resource persons for the further technical sessions, Dr. Naresh Bodke sir, Dr. Mrs. Manisha Rane Madam, Dr. Sushmita Dakshini Madam for their presence in this inaugural function. I thank Vice Principal and Coordinator of this conference, CA Rajesh Joshi sir, for coordinating this function in a very planned and organized manner. I am thankful to IT Coordinator Mrs. Rupal Sheth and her team for providing technical support for the entire conference. I thank Ms. Brahmananda Patankar for presenting melodious Ishestavan and welcome song. I am thankful to convener Dr. Sandeep Karande and co-convener Dr. Sushila Yadav and the entire organizing committee for making sincere efforts to make the conference a grand success. I thank all authors and co-authors for their contribution in the form of research papers and articles for the conference. I thank all teachers, delegates, students for their presence and active participation in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Auti.
Yeah.
Now
Over
with
to
the
Doshi sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now, with the permission of Principal Madam, we start with our technical session 1.
Yes, we can start.
Thank you, Madam. For this, I request Dr. S.B. Karande, convener of this national conference, to take over. Thank you all. Over to Karande sir.
Sir. Shall we start, madam?
Yes, yes.
Very good morning to everyone and warm welcome once again for the first technical session of the day, which is on changing global scenario and business environment. Honorable Chairperson of the session, Dr. Naresh Bodke, Director, Competition Commission of India, New Delhi. Respected Principal, Dr. Mrs. S. Desant, Vice Principal, CA Rajesh Doshi, Dr. Mahesh Auti, all delegates, eminent guests, dignitaries, special invitees, participants, my colleagues, and their students. It is my privilege to introduce the chairperson of the session, Dr. Naresh Bodke. Sir is a director in Research and Trend Analysis, Division Investigation of Competition Commission of India. Sir has served as an associate professor of economics at Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune, before joining the Competition Commission of India. He has been into teaching and research for 18 years. Sir did his doctoral research in the area of trade policy from Gokhale Institute, Pune. He has also done research projects such as village development plans, district vision document, regional growth strategies, etc. He has also worked with high-level committees on balanced regional development in Maharashtra, popularly known as Kelkar Committee, and 15th Finance Commission. He has also been member of Board of Studies, Academic Council, and Research Committees of several autonomous institutions and universities. He is presently a member of consultative group of Niti Aayog, Social Justice Department. He has also published several research articles in national and international journals and delivered public lectures and keynote addresses. His area of interest have been trade policy, development economics, law and economics, decentralized planning and local government, competition, law and economics. I welcome you, sir, once again and request you to address the session. Over to you, Dr. Naresh Bodke, sir.
Allow me to share my PPT and also given access to start my video also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll get.
There is some issue in the video, I think.
Sir, we have made you as a co-host, so now you can share your PPT, sir.
Okay. Just a minute. There is some problem with system, I think.
Sir, can you rejoin the meet again? I think your video is also on, but we are not able to see you, sir.
Okay, just a minute. I'm trying actually. There is some problem with system.
Yes. Hello.
Bodke sir, may I
Bodke
audible?
sir.
Okay, sir. Just leave the meeting and just try to rejoin.
Hello. Hello. Bodke sir.
Okay, sir.
Sir, are we audible to you, Naresh sir? Bodke sir.
मैडम, एक मिनट में उनको कॉल करता हूँ. What is the problem? We'll get the information.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes.
Because I have now joined from the mobile, but I don't know how to share the PPT now.
Sir, you can send your PPT.
Sir, sir, you can share your PPT from your laptop.
Okay.
We have made you your laptop admit as a co-host.
Okay.
Even, so you can share your PPT from your laptop.
Okay. 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 There is some issue with the software itself actually, so I'm not able to operate on the computer. Just give me 2 minutes.
Yes, sir, you can use both devices simultaneously, no problem.
I'm trying to sort out the problem. There was some problem with the computer.
Sir, you can start your PPT and then you go to share screen and then select that tab.
Okay. Hope this works now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think there's some issue in the audio, but let me.
Oh, sir, you are perfectly audible.
Okay. Okay. Great. So thank you very much, and extremely sorry for the technical glitches here. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Gokhale Education Society's College of Commerce, VARTAK College of Commerce.
On talent, regional development in Maharashtra, popularly known as Kelkar Committee, and 15
There is some.
he has also been member of Board of Studies.
Karande sir?
You may proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So let me express my gratitude for inviting me for this technical session. It's a prestigious college. Karande sir, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Extremely sorry, because I don't know what is happening to the system, but there has been some glitches here, and maybe the system is not updated or the software is not updated here. But let me express my sincere thanks to the VARTAK College for inviting me to this important event. And as I was supposed to talk on something, I was really confused at what should I talk about. And fortunately, I mean, I thought of talking something that would rather make sense for the policymakers as well as the students and the academia here. See, the topic that I have chosen for the talk is the global business cycles and changing business environment. Because the broad theme of the conference is basically the sustainable strategies in the changing scenario, changing business environment. The world henceforth would be discussed in two dimensions, that is pre and the post pandemic. And even now, the WHO has not yet announced that whether it is an endemic. Unless they announce it as an endemic, the process of the and the protocols of the pandemic would still be on. And with this catastrophic event, things in the world has changed. Uh, Rather, I would say that the entire world order has been undergoing the paradigm shift. So the strategies for sustainability is an apt theme to work throughout the globe, because unless you think of sustainability, we won't be able to solve the global issues that are of the paramount importance today. We all know that what are the global issues that the globe is facing. Basically, as the Honorable Director General and Secretary Gosavi sir was talking about, I was very much impressed by his speech. The way he put forth the issues of the importance for the globe are very much concerned to all of us, to the entire humanity. Now let us see how the world has changed over the period of time. So the structure of this talk is going to be very simple, because I am trying to keep it as simple as possible, so that the people from non-economic background also understands the theme and the crux of it. And that is why the title is also as simple as that. Now, as my title works on the business cycles. Now, before I start with sharing my ideas and the sustainable strategies, I would rather want to reiterate the definition of a business cycle. What is business cycle? Business cycle is basically a typical a type of fluctuation that found in aggregate economic activities of nation. A cycle consists of expansion occurring at about the same time in many economic activities, followed by the similar generalization. This sequence of changes is recurrent but not periodic. So we all should know that there is some co-variation or co-mobility in the macroeconomic variables throughout the globe, but there is no periodic sense to the business cycle. Though they are recurrent, they are not periodic. So so there are basically two phases to the business cycle. Either the economic activities must be on the contractionary phase or the expansionary phase, and these contraction expansions can further divided into two major phases. That is, and we are of concern here about the recession and depression. So we all have heard about the Great Depression. There has been many depressions and many recessions even prior to the First and Second World War. Especially after the Second World War, things have completely changed. The globe has completely changed. The world order has completely changed, and that is how the economic cycles of the globe has also changed. But what we see in the globe, we see in the globalization, that is post 1991, the world has shifted to a new era called globalization, and the entire supply chain of the goods and services produced in all the corners of the globe have been integrated now. So it is like whatever happens to the neighbor is going to affect the home as well, and that is like if there is a fire in the neighbor's house, there's a fair chance that the fire could be in our own home also. So we have to work on both the strategies. One strategy is that how to utilize, rather how to maximize the comparative advantage that what we produce, and how to protect at the same time from the global recession. Now I'm going to talk about the global recession in the future, I mean in the next slides, but let us come back to the business cycle. So hope you understand the business cycles. So this is the definition that was given by Arthur Burns and Wesley Mitchell in measuring business cycles. In essence, business cycles are marked as an alternation of the phases of expansion and contraction, which is not just a nominal GDP, but it talks even in real GDP also, where we adjust the inflation also. A measure of aggregate output, but also the aggregate measures of industrial production, employment, income, sales, which are the key coinciding economic indicators mostly used in the determination of business cycles, peak and trough. So that is how the economic activities move. You might imagine a curve that is mostly seen for the stock markets, how the stock market prices come down and go up. But there is no direct correlation in that sense. Even if there is a correlation, when there is recession, it is not necessarily that is followed by the stock markets. So it is proved in the empirical research now. Stock markets has its own theories and own behavioral patterns, though they sometimes coincide with the economic activities, real economic activities, but it is not necessarily attached to the business cycles here. Can you please change the slide? I don't know how to change the slide. Oh yeah, thank you. Can you go back? Yeah, thank you. I think it's yeah. Now, because we have divided this business cycle into 4 parts: recession, depression, recovery, and boom. So let us understand what is recession. Now, a popular misconception is that the recession is defined simply as 2 consecutive quarters of decline in real GDP. So many times we have seen that there is consecutive decline in the real GDP, that is the growth rate of the economy is below than average, below the trend, and that is termed as a recession. But that is not the case. Recession, when we have to define something as a recession, it has to be followed by many other economic activities. So these activities has to be followed by the decline in the consecutive two quarters, and if that doesn't happen, it cannot be termed as a recession. So notably in 1960, 61 and 2001 did not include 2 successive quarters decline in real GDP, but it was yet defined as a recession. The same thing has happened in case of subprime crisis that has happened in 2008 and 9. That also we are going to deal with now, and from there we'll go to the strategies, sustainable strategies. A recession is actually a specific sort of vicious cycle that you can see here, with the cascading decline in output, employment, income, sales. So this is a vicious cycle that actually turns. Now, what are the causes of drop in the overall economic activities? Now, as we have learned from the history, there are many causes. It can be political cause. That means anything in the political scenario can reduce the economic activities in the economy. That is one reason. There can be currency crisis. There can be economic crisis. There can be hyperinflation. There can be deficit financing. So there are several causes that actually can drop the economic activities. Now, where to start? It's like hen first or egg first. Now it's a vicious cycle, so we don't know which part of the cycle, which part of the supply chain, which part of the ecosystem has collapsed. but mostly it starts with the unemployment. So how the unemployment drops, and because the unemployment drops, the overall the aggregate income level of the particular economy drops, and from there the demand for goods and services drops, which is by that reason there's a fall in the sales, and that's how then the corporates, the companies have to reduce their economic activities, and then again that will reduce the employment, so people will lose jobs, and again it will reduce the income and sales, and that's how. Now what is the way out, isn't it? There has to be a way out from this business cycle. Now what we have seen in the COVID situation, prior to the COVID, Indian economy had two more shocks. That one shock is basically about what we have seen is the demonetization. Now, in 2017, when the Honorable Prime Minister announced the demonetization of the higher denomination notes, that actually created a havoc in the economy throughout the country, and it was a huge shock to the economy. And what we see here is there was already drop in the 2 quarters growth rate, and then it was recovering from that particular shock, and then there was one more shock in the next year was the implementation of GST. But our foundations are so strong that the Indian economy had even digested both the shocks, and then still it was recovering till 19 and till the last quarter of the 19. But there was an unfortunate pandemic erupted in China in 2020. It was basically the November 2019, but it spreaded throughout the globe in 2020 first quarter. And what we see the data is the first quarter itself was a disaster, because it was the economies were completely locked down. So when there was a lockdown throughout the economy, there was an issue of both the sides. So from the demand side as well as the supply side, and that is how it actually translated into a recession initially, and then depression also. So many economists have even talked about this as a great depression, and it was even bigger than the earlier recession that we all know about, was in 1930s, what is we call as a Great Depression. I think there is some problem in this sharing. Let me share my slides again. Hope my slides are visible now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay. Just a minute. Okay, so we were here. Now because we were talking about the global recession. So many prominent economists have commented on this situation, especially from India, like Raghuram Rajan, C. Rangarajan, and Arvind Subramaniam. All those economists who work in the global macroeconomics or finance or Indian economy, all of them have said that this is a disastrous movement that the globe is facing right now. Now, what has happened to the economy? How it has damaged the economy? We all know, starting from the lockdowns, the complete lockdowns, to the partial lockdowns, to the periodic lockdowns, and then. So, what was a typical situation? If in an economics case, it's a demand and supply that determines the market, and whatever recession, depression, whatever it's the forces of demand and supply, and these forces are actually has to interact with each other. Whereas in the complete lockdown, only some necessary goods were able to continue their supply chains, whereas the rest of the goods and services came to a halt, and there was like a parallel lines. There was a demand, there was supply, but there was no intersection. And in this situation, most of the goods market, most of the service market, this has happened that there was demand, there was income in the economy, there was even supply on this side, but the interaction was not possible, and that distorted the market completely. That had disrupted the whole supply chain, the global supply chain, the local supply chains. It was only one sector or one region that was least affected was the rural areas, because it was based on the agricultural activities where we continued even during the pandemic, during the lockdown. And that is why that kept the will of economic activities moving. And I would say, though the contribution of agriculture to the GDP is lesser, it was working as a foundation, as a strong foundation, and the demand demand kept coming from that particular sector. So that is how these sectors have behaved, and that is the business environment. The global business environment has undergone a huge shift, rather what we call the paradigm shift. Now, this recovery. Now, let us come back to the business cycle. Now, theory and the practical, both we are dealing simultaneously. So, what is recovery? What the economic activities were happening in the agricultural areas were part of the recovery. They actually boosted the recovery. They actually prompted the recovery, because that supply chain was kept intact, because basic goods, or rather necessary goods, were to be supplied to the citizens of various corners of the globe, and that is why that was kept on, and that kept moving that particular economic will. Now, see the recovery. On the flip side, a business cycle recovery begins when the recessionary vicious cycle reverses and becomes a virtuous cycle, with rising output triggering job gains, rising incomes, and increasing sales that feed back into a further rise in output. Now, see what we see now. Let me give an example. The house property sales in the month of, say, August 2020 to December 2020 went up like anything. What we call it is a V-shaped recovery. You might have heard about V-shaped recovery, when there was a sudden drop and there was a sudden rise, because there were lots of pending transactions that were to happen. And that is how the governments even have seen the V-shaped recovery in their revenues as well, because whatever revenue they collect from tax and non-tax items, that also comes up. But then that's a typical cycle. It was not a recovery. Slowly, gradually, with the help of policymakers, the governments of the various countries have taken appropriate measures. Now, what type of measures can actually help us to recover? Isn't it? We have to think of recovery, that boosting the economy. What the Keynesian model talks about, where the Keynes talked about, is something what we call it as a helicopter money, or something what we call it as a increasing the public expenditure. Now, where we have to increase the public expenditure, governments has to spend. Now, there is a lot of debate that when the governments are in problem, when their revenues of decline, how can government spend more money, because they have to otherwise go for deficit financing. And we all know what are the consequences of deficit financing. Even in the recent budget, you know that the government has just presented the budget of 40 lakh crore rupees, wherein 23 lakh crore rupees is their actual tax, non-tax revenue, whereas 16 to 17 lakh crore they have to borrow. And that the huge amount, it amounts to 6.7% of the GDP. The deficit, the budgetary deficit, the fiscal deficit is around 7%, which is a huge thing. But whether government should do it or should not do it, what is a sustainable strategy here. Now, the sustainable strategy is that when there is where economic activities have touched the trough, the sustainable activity, maybe in the short run, can be spending more. And that is how we see in the capex, the capital expenditure in the recent budgets have increased manifold. In the present budget, it has increased by 35%. So roughly 7 to 8 lakh crore rupees are going to be spent as a capital expenditure on various activities, economic activities. Now, how that can be linked here? How that can be linked here in the recovery? Now, because we were in the downturn, the government spendings and even private spendings, both forces have created the demand in the market. So once the government spends money, there can be two ways. One is looking at the forward. In the long run, there will be demand, and the short run. Now, what is in the short run? Government can bail out the small and medium enterprises. What the US has seen, US economy, we know that US, I have witnessed US has bailed out their corporate price in the last 2 decades, starting from 2007-8. Even prior to that, they have issued business bailout packages. But the same has not happened to the many emerging countries. That is because of their fiscal framework does not allow them to spend more. So that was the basic problem here. But governments have managed to recover the economy to the what we call is back on the track in the recent times. As per the economic survey, the growth rate of the Indian economy is okay. So I was talking about the growth rate is now 9.2%, and it is expected to be around 8 to 8.5% of the GDP. Now, how you relate that everything, that economic activities to the business environment, the recovery of the businesses, and the end of the recession. Now, what we have seen that the economies were growing in the 3-4 quarters around in the negative growth rates, starting from the first quarter of the 2020, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter was little above, and then again the 2021 quarters, first, second, third, fourth. Now, what we see in the last quarter of 2021 is that there has been a substantial recovery in the business cycles, and that is how businesses have what we call it as an optimism, what we call it as a rational expectations from the market have shifted now, and people have started investing into businesses. And what we see now is there has been a lot of investment in startups. There has lot being invested even in terms of foreign direct investments, in terms of foreign institutional investments. And what we see, the stock markets in India and in all the developing countries, or most in even developed countries also, advanced developed countries also, has supported the economy throughout the recessionary phase. So that's how the business cycles in the world and business cycles in the particular economy are connected. But because through the exports and imports of goods and services, now economies have been integrated so closely, so perfectly, that any changes in the supply chain that occurs, that will affect the overall macroeconomic cycle of the globe. And for that, from the economics perspective, the sustainable strategy should be the maintaining stability in the foreign exchange rate. Now, how to maintain the stability in the foreign exchange rate? As we know that the inflation that happens in India, overall inflation, if you divide into two parts, inflation that is because of the domestic forces and inflation that is because of the international forces, what we call is importing inflation. So we import inflation in terms of oils, gas, and so many other inelastic goods that we have to import. Now, in that case, the the exchange rates of between maybe rupee, dollar, yen, or maybe a franc or £2. All that depends on the goods and services that is exported and imported. At the same time, how much money flows from one economy to the other economy in terms of both a current account or the capital account of the balance of payment. And that affects the foreign exchange, and that affects foreign exchange rate, and that affects even the domestic prices of that particular commodity. And from there, it translates into the inflation and then unemployment, and then again, it creates a business cycle. So these are the sources of business cycle, and the sustainable strategy is to the management of the foreign exchange rates. One thing that we have seen, especially in case of Indian economy, is that throughout the recession, India's balance of payment has been into surplus, and now we have over $600 billion forex reserves with RBI, which can finance the deficit, the balance of payment deficit, that is the current account deficit of 13 months. I think that is pretty good in terms of the macroeconomic stability, and that is again a sustainable strategy that we have to go with. As Gosavi sir was talking about the climate change and so many issues about the power generation and the in search of new or in search of the unconventional power generation, like hydropower or like solar power, or maybe even going beyond that, like finding a new fuel that is hydrogen, or maybe even in some other way. So that is going to be the key for sustainable energy to the globe, because unless there is a sustainability in the energy, you cannot actually have a sustainable state of growth and development in all the sectors. And for that, energy is a key sector. Going back to the domestic supply chains and macroeconomic variables, you can see that there has been pretty much changes in the what we called as a macroeconomic variable as per the IMF. Okay, this is how the recovery cycle, that is, earlier it was a vicious cycle, now this is a virtuous cycle. Now, what is the virtuous cycle? If you adopt that sustainable strategies, because you never know what kind of pandemic, what kind of strategy, catastrophic problems that may arise in the future. So for that, we have to have a stronger fundamentals. I would give an example that in 2008, when there was a subprime crisis in the US market, US real estate, it literally affected almost all the countries of the world, but it hardly affected Indian economy. What we see is why it was so that it did not affect much to the Indian economy is because of the strong foundation, the strong fundamentals of the Indian economy. And there's a huge demand, there's a huge market in the Indian economy, and that has actually kept us alive even in 2008. And similarly, what we see now also, Indian economy, along with China and many other emerging economies, we are actually lifting the global demands. That also I'm going to share you. So that is one reason that once the government investment comes in the picture, then the private optimism goes up. They also invest into market, and then the recovery starts, and the cycle, the whole wheel starts rotating in the reverse way. What it was rotating this way, now it will start rotating this way. Then there will be rise in the employment. There is opportunities in the jobs. Then the people will have more incomes in their hands. There will be huge. There will be increase in the demand. That is how the sales of the goods and services would go up, and that would prompt the supply chain to produce more. That's how it becomes a virtuous circle, a virtuous cycle, and that is what we call it as a recovery. Now, what are the key takeaways from this? The business cycles are comprised of concentrated cycles, upswings and downswings in the broad measures of economic activities such as output, employment, income, and sales. including the prices of the goods and services. The alternating phases of the business cycle are expansion and contraction, which is also we call it recession. Recession that starts at the peak of the business, and when the expansion that ends at the trough. Trough is the bottom of the business cycle when the next expansion begins. And the severity of recession is measured by the 3 Ds, that is depth, diffusion, and duration, and the strength of the expansion by how pronounced is pervasive and persistent. So this last point is very much important. How to understand the severity of the recession. These are 3 Ds. How deep is recession? Now, if you see the recession that occurred in the first quarter of the 20th century, that was much deeper. If you understand, if you see the US growth patterns, it lasted for more than 14-15 months at a time. So, and the recent recessions that we see in the subprime crisis, which did not last more than 12 months. So that means that is the shift in the that was the depth of the problem. So Great Depression was deeper than the subprime crisis. And diffusion, that how strong, how wider this has been, and the duration, how long it is there. So we can measure this by the months, then the growth rate that dips down, and how it percolated throughout the sectors, like various sectors. That's how the takeaways are here. Now let us see some graphs and then come to the conclusion. Now, if you see, this is something called V-shaped recovery. Now, the first point, if you see, is expansion ends and recession starts. And on the other corner is expansion continues. So the same point, that is expansion continues, is the point where the expansion ends. And from there, the curve dips down. That phase is called recession. Now, to be recession, it has to be below the growth path. Unless the down is in the below growth path, it cannot be called recession, and it has to have minimum 2 subsequent quarters that the GDP growth rate has come down. That is the recession, and on the right side is the recovery in the business cycle, typical business cycle. So how does typical business cycle look like? This is the image taken from the internet, just to show that how business cycles look like and what actually is business cycle. This is, if you take it as a growth rate, this cycle is a growth rate of GDP. Now you see, when the growth rate is higher, the unemployment will be less. That means the employment will be more, income will be more. Even inflation, that is the prices of the goods and services, will be more. Whereas in the case of recession, everything will drop. The income level will drop, employment will drop, then the inflation also will drop. But if it recovers from the line, that is zero line, it will be again recovery and expansion. But if it goes below that average, below that particular bottom line, it is called depression, and it remains there for a longer time. That is how we term it as a depression. Now, just to give an example, this is the US's thing that I was talking about, how duration of the recession lasted and for how many months. The recession that is on record is available on is 1854 to 1899, which lasted quite a long time. And if you see in the red, it is recession, and in the green, it is recovery. So recession and recovery both lasted around 25 to 30 months here, which is more than 2 years. So initially, the recession, that is what we call the depression, lasted quite a long time. Same thing happened even in the first quarter, the first half of the 20th century, that is starting from the 1900 to 1945, where the globe had to face 2 big wars. And these wars have again destroyed the supply chains. It has destroyed the global harmony. It has destroyed the exchange of goods and services. So all that has come to an end. And then after the Bretton Woods, after the GATS, inception of GATS, things have changed, and the real process of globalization actually started in this phase, that is after the Second World War, 1945. And what we see from 45 to 82, it is the recession lasted in US only for 10 months. This is just a representative indicative diagram. It applies to all the countries of the world. So it lasted only for 10 months, whereas recovery lasted more than 45 months. So that is how things have changed from here to here. And now the last phase that we can see is prior to the subprime crisis, starting from 1982 to 2009, recession was quite smaller. Maximum it went up to 10 months, whereas the recovery and the prosperity, what we call it as a boom, was more than 90 months, which is a huge comeback. So economic policies have improved. There has been a what we say, a precision in the policy making that has actually helped US economy to go up. This may not apply to the emerging economies as completely, because the problems of the emerging economies or the underdeveloped world are different than the advanced countries. So this recession expansion phase may vary in case of developing world. Now, this is the global business cycle remains desynchronized and fragmented during the 2008 subprime crisis, and because it was protected, we could save ourselves from the Great Depression here. That the recession here, you see the Canada, China, Korea, India, all were above this line. It did not fall down. So that has saved the world. Whereas US economy went down to the recession and again recovered faster. With this and one more picture, I will stop. I want to discuss about this. This is a very important picture, very important image that I have created here. These are three lines. The lines in the blue are the global line. That is the average of the world, like all the countries together. Whereas line in the orange is the advanced countries, and line in the gray is emerging countries. Now, starting in the 80s, you see that what we have seen in the business cycle, everywhere you see the business cycle, it has come down, it has come up, it has come down, it has come up, but the duration of cycles change. There is no periodic, fixed periodic cycle in the business cycle, but there has been a cyclical. You see here, all the countries, including the emerging economies and advanced economies, had a problem here in 1980s. Now 80s was maybe a currency crisis or maybe a debt crisis that has happened during this period. Then again in 93, 94, you see the whole curve comes down here. Again, there's a recovery you see here. There's again 2098, 99 crisis. Again, you see it is booming. There was smaller recession here in this 2002 period, but the globe was doing well till 2008, until the subprime crisis occurred. And in the subprime crisis, the whole world actually went down. But see how deeper the things have happened. The orange line, that is the advanced countries, all the advanced countries average, if you see that, fall below, much below the zero line during 2008-9. That means simply the advanced countries, global integration is the level of, or rather what we call degree of integration is more in the advanced countries, whereas emerging countries are not yet completely integrated. There has been still, they have been playing the protective policies, and that has saved them in subprime crisis here. So India is here in this line, the gray line. So that is how this business cycle helped us. Again, it went up, what we call is a V-shaped recovery. So there are several V's. There's one V here, there is one V here, there is the bigger V here, and the sharp V is in 2020. So this is how the global business environment looks like. So instead of talking about one particular sector or industry or a particular product, I thought of talking about the global macroeconomic behavior and then connecting it to the various countries. So the blue line is the average of average of gray and orange line. That is the world average. And the gray is the developing, the emerging economies. So that is how the global economy looks like. So one graph itself gives you a lot of insights that how global economy is integrated and how sustainable strategies are important to individual countries as well as the world as a whole. And in that direction, IMF and World Bank does a lot of work. They have a lot of macroeconomic policies, policy suggestions to the economy, and that is how they manages to integrate other developing and emerging economies to the global economy as well. Because this was a growth rate, this was a GDP we have seen. So how the global GDP and the GDP of the advanced countries and the GDP of the emerging countries look like and behave. This is again one representative and an indicative chart that I have prepared here is for the investment. Now this investment is also linked with the earlier curve. Now if you see the investment from 80s to 2022, in 2008-9, the entire this curve looks like flatter because it has not discounted with the inflation. But this 25% and around is percentage of GDP. If you see, the GDP is not constant throughout the period. GDP is growing. That means this investment curve is also growing, but it is in proportion with GDP. That is why it looks like flatter. But you have to think that the GDP of India last year was less than this year, and next year it is going to be more. So percentage of GDP is the curve. That is 25% and around. Now, what is again the same thing here? You see the investment in the post-globalization. This is the exact point where globalization post-2020, 2000, things have started differently. You see the investments in the developing countries, emerging countries have increased manyfold because the demand lies in the emerging economies, and that lifted the world, the investment, the average investment in the world up. But the investment in the advanced countries is still lower than the emerging countries. Now, why I'm giving this graph is we can integrate this to the business cycles. Investment is one strategy that can pull back the recession, and it can lead us to the recovery. So that is why investment is more important. But what type of investment is again a questionable, a debatable issue, whether there should be a foreign direct investment or whether there should be foreign institutional investment. Foreign institutional investment is mostly for speculation type part, or mostly in the stock markets and the portfolio, whereas the foreign direct investment comes directly into the processes and productions. So it helps economy to move up. It increases employment, it increases income, it increases the economic activities in the particular country. See the global GDP growth rate from the zooming in, right? We had an 80 to 2022, but now this is zooming in. And just to point out what has happened to the global scenario here, as I was telling you, in 1970, 75, 76, there was a currency crisis in the East Asian countries. Then there was a dot-com crisis that crashed in 2000, what we call as a .com, or what there was some name to it actually, when the digit issue came up in the web, and it collapsed. And what something 2K, something like that issue was here. And this is subprime crisis 2008-9. You see there's a negative impact on the economy of the globe, and it has emerged. Now, what has happened here from 19 onwards, there was recession, a temporary recession, but after the COVID, it has come down like this. It has come down to bottom again, and that dip is more than this. This is -2%. That has went down to -25% for US. India, it is -10, 15%. So that is how the global GDP growth rates have looked like. And this is all we have talked about the business environment, because this is an indicative. It leads to the entire business environment. So this is just a representative figure, but you can relate the same thing to the business environment, and as we have talked about the sustainable strategies. Then this is again one more thing that is, oh, sorry. Yeah, this is about India's business cycle, how Indian business cycles look like in various sectors. These figures have been taken from the RBI website. See, the credit, blue is credit, then the orange is house prices, the gray is equity prices, and yellow is exchange rate. Except the yellow line, everything is in sync. If you see, even the yellow line also is somewhere correlated. It's trying to sync with the other three indicators. But credit, house prices, and equity prices are completely co-integrated, and that co-integration is seen in. And this data is quarter by quarter. If you see, when there was a recession in 2000 in India, like in first quarter of 2000 till the second quarter of 2002, again the same thing happened here. If you see in India's case, Indian business cycle differs from the global business cycle in some sense. You see in 2013-14, the quarter four of 2012 till the quarter four of 2015, and again continues. So we don't have the data for the next quarters. Otherwise, the picture could have looked like similar here, like this. So that's how the business cycles and the emerging global issues, emerging global business environment has co-integrated, that they have quietly integrated. And that is how we in the future see that the protectionism versus the free trade, this debate is still on. And one more example I'll give, and I'll stop here, and then maybe some strategies, and if there are some questions, I will take. Before this pandemic, there was a trade war between US and China. We have actually written a paper on a trade war between US and China, and what we have found, it is still unpublished, but I'm sharing the preliminary observations. The observations are this: we have taken the monthly data for roughly for 15-20 months, and what we see is what are the duties imposed by US on Chinese goods, and then in retaliation China imported duties on the US goods, and that is what we call it as a trade war. That trade war is basically in favor of China. So who is loser here? Loser is basically US. So US is actually losing in this battle of what we call the trade war. How important China has become to the world, we can understand now. Even US cannot afford to be fighting with, rather having a trade war with China. So other countries may not dare to do it with others. As per the that is Global Lloyd Index, China's integration is the maximum now. China has integrated the entire globe, so entire supply chain is managed by China. So that is how China has emerged after 2000 onwards. In the last 20 years, Chinese economy has become a world's most happening economy, and that is how we have to learn from the China and design our sustainable strategies for the continuous and persistent and long-lasting recovery phase. In India's case, what we have is we have everything. We have demand, we have demographic dividend, we have labor, we have employment. We have workers. We have, what we do not have is employment opportunities. What we do not have is skilled labor, skilling education. What we do not have is a quality education. There are problems in the higher education, as Professor Gosavi pointed out, and then we can go beyond that, and then there is a problem in the MSME sector. There is problem in the environment problem. There is problem in the sustainable power supply. So all that what we see here at the bottom is to be led to the sustainable development. And what we have not talked, but which has been the part of our discussion, is the poverty. The 1/3 population of the globe is still below poverty. And as Mr. Vivek Sawant pointed out, that the majority of them have lesser than $3 income a day, which is again a serious concern. So we cannot always think of on one side of increasing the business activities, but we have to even see that whether there is a trickle down effect, what we call in economics as a Sen and Bhagwati debate, whereas Sen thinks that it should be inclusive, whereas Bhagwati is of the different opinion. He says that the economy should grow at higher rate, and that will percolate to the bottom, and that we have not seen. Rather, there has been widening inequalities throughout the groups and countries as well. So I think what is sustainable here is the key to the sustainability is to distribution channels, that all type of distributions, redistributions, the income distribution, or maybe the supply chains, the food supply, maybe the food security, all that comes when it comes, even the nutrition part also is to be taken care, and along with education, health, and poverty. I think these three sectors needs to be taken into on the high of the priorities, and that will help the business cycles to remain on the recovery phase, and the overall business environment in the country as well as in the world would be maintained at a prosperity, or at the prosperity, and we all prosper along with that. Thank you very much, and if there are questions, I will take up.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking speech. It was indeed a great experience listening to your critical as well as analytical views on the topic. You have very nicely explained the correlation between trade cycle and business environment, how supply chain were affected due to COVID-19 pandemic. You also spoke on how foreign reserve management and foreign direct investment as well as institutional investment is very important for the sustainability. Thank you very much, sir, for such a nice presentation. May I now request Dr. Sushila Yadav, conference co-convener, to propose a formal vote of thanks. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. At the outset, I wish to quote William Shakespeare: "Small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast." Respected chairperson of this session, Dr. Naresh Bodke, Director, Competition Commission of India, New Delhi. Principal, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, Vice Principal, C.A.R.N. Doshi. Dr. Mahesh Auti, Coordinator of the session, Dr. S.B. Karande. Reporter of the session, Professor Suhas Sawant. Eminent guests, delegates, dignitaries, special invitees, participants, and my colleagues. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the technical session 1, that is on changing global scenario and business environment. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson and speaker of this session, Dr. Naresh Bodke, who despite his busy schedule has found time to grace this session. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable presence and your enlightening thoughts. Thank you for giving comprehensive information about global business cycles and changing business environment. You explained the core economic concepts in simple layman language. Thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for the technical glitches. And it was really well managed, and I really appreciate the way the conference is going on, and even the IT department and you coordinators have done a wonderful job. So congratulations to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Words are inadequate to express my gratitude to our beloved principal, Dr. Mrs. S.V. Sant, for her continuous support, encouragement, guidance, and inspiration. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my gratitude to our vice principals, C.R.N. Doshi and Dr. Mahesh Auti, for their continuous, untiring support. Thank you, sir. I express special gratitude to the principals of various colleges, delegates, dignitaries, eminent guests, special invitees, and participants who took out time from their busy schedule to attend this conference and contributed to the success of this session. I sincerely thank the coordinator of the session, Dr. S.P. Karande, for his able coordination. I also extend thanks to the reporter of the session, Professor Suhas Sawant, for jotting down the fine points of this session. My heartfelt thanks to the technical team and my colleagues for their continuous support and assistance. Finally, I thank one and all for their direct and indirect cooperation and support for making this session a success. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I leave the meeting now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah, sir. So shall we move on, Karande sir? Doshi sir, shall we
sir.
move on to the next session?
Yes, madam. You can proceed for next technical session.
Okay, okay,
Paper
fine.
presentation session.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Dr.
Very
Lakshmi
good
madam, has joined the meeting.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to everyone and a warm welcome once again. And now we move on to the paper presentation session. Honorable Chairperson of the session, Dr. Sushmita Dikshini, respected Principal, Dr. Mrs. S. Vice Principal, CARN Doshi, Dr. Mahesh Auti, all delegates, eminent guests, dignitaries, special invitees, participants, my colleagues, and dear students. It is my honor and privilege to introduce the chairperson for the session, Dr. Sushmita Dakshini. Ma'am is in charge principal of Sanskar Surgeon Education Societies, DTSS College of Commerce, Malad East, Mumbai. Ma'am has various qualifications to her credit. Ma'am has done her MPhil from University of Nagpur. She has done her doctorate from University of Nagpur. Her thesis is entitled Critical Evaluation of Changing Technology and Management of Newspaper Advertising, a case study of Nagpur district. Ma'am is also an MBA in Human Resource. Ma'am has interest in varied areas and she has done diploma in photography, certificate course in military training, typing, cookery, bakery, Reiki, etc. from recognized institutions. Ma'am is a recipient of various awards like Savitri Mata Phule Talent Research National Award for Excellence in Education from Mahatma Phule Talent Research Academy. Ma'am has received late Srimati Josna Dheeraj Shah Best Teacher of the Year Award for 2013-14. Ma'am is also a recipient of 5-time Reader of the Year Award from the Library Department of DTHS College of Commerce. Ma'am has 45 publications in peer-reviewed journals and seminar proceedings to her credit. Ma'am has also presented more than 50 research papers at various national and international conferences. Ma'am attended and presented a paper on green marketing, new hopes and challenges at International Commerce and Management Conference at Slovak Republic in 2010. Dakshini ma'am has delivered many guest lectures and has acted as a resource person in various conferences and seminars. Ma'am is also a recognized PhD guide at University of Mumbai, and so far 5 students have been awarded PhD degree and 2 students have received MPhil degree under her able guidance. Presently, 4 students are pursuing PhD degree under her guidance. Ma'am is also a member of Board of Studies in Management, member of Global Inquiry Committee, and member of Committee for Restructuring of Syllabus for MCOM, TYBCom, SYBCom, and FYBCom programs. Ma'am is a VC nominee and subject expert at selection of assistant and associate professor. Ma'am is a paper setter, moderator, and examiner for TYBCom and MCOM examination. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sushmita Dakshini ma'am. I welcome you ma'am once again.
Hello, Dakshini
Yeah.
madam, good afternoon. Am I audible, madam?
Yes.
So ma'am, if you permit, shall we start with the paper presentation session?
Yes, very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So our first presenter for the day is Dr. Rama Gangotra, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Sociology, Pandit Mohan Lal SD College for Women, Gurdaspur, Punjab. Her paper is entitled Empowering Women in Informal Sector, Lessons from Pandemic. Dr. Rama, ma'am, you can start with
a very good afternoon to all of you. A very good afternoon to all of you.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
It's a proud moment for me that my paper has been selected for presentation. As ma'am said, I'm Dr. Rama Gangotra, Associate Professor and Head Department of Sociology, Pandit Mohan Lal SD College for Women, Gurdaspur, Punjab. And the topic of my presentation is Empowering Women in Informal Sector, Lessons from Pandemic. So we all know that COVID pandemic and its socio-economic effects have created a global crisis unparalleled in history that requires a response to match its scale and complexity. The COVID-19 lockdown trapped women at their homes and require a response. The COVID-19 lockdown trapped women at home with their abuses, domestic violence rates spiked throughout the world. यानी कि ये हम नोटिस किया और एक स्टडी भी बताती है कि पूरे लॉकडाउन में जो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस है उसका रेट जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ा है. So the present paper highlights the issue of concern and lessons of pandemic, especially working women in informal sector in India. We know India has higher labor force participation rates for women in rural areas as compared to urban areas. In India, 87% of the workforce that is in informal employment. And even among the regular wage employees, 62% are employed in informal sector. This is the data from 2018-19. Women in poor households are more likely to work in the informal sector and in more vulnerable categories of work, such as paid domestic work or self-employment, home-based activities. Nearly 432 million women in developing countries who are engaged in paid jobs work informally. So, Indian Labour Organization के estimation के मुताबिक जो 42% of informal women workers हैं, those are engaged in non-essential sector, जैसे कि wholesale है, trade है, hospitality है और food services हैं. Over 60% of all workers globally are employed, 90% in developing countries and 67% in emerging countries. The percentage of women working in the informal economy exceeds the percentage of men. यहाँ पर जो women हैं उनकी participation जो है वो ज़्यादा है. In sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, over 70% of female employment is in the non-agricultural informal sector. For women working in the informal economy and in their households, the impact of COVID-19 proved to be a shock to their overall economic stability and survival. So what are the issues of concern? With unemployment rising in both urban and rural settings, the situation is particularly severe for women, for who tend to have lower paying and less secure work than men. As a result, women have suffered more livelihood losses than men during the pandemic, as pre-existing gender equalities exacerbate an already difficult situation. तो इससे ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस और क्या है कि सबसे पहले जब लॉकडाउन लगा तो जो फीमेल वर्कर्स ही दोज वर इफेक्टेड मोर देन 60% ऑफ वुमेन वर्कर्स इन इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर लॉस्ट देयर लाइवलीहुड. जो घर का काम करने वाले थी 60% को तो उनकी जो नौकरी है वही चली गई. सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड वुमेन्स एसोसिएशन जो कॉर्पोरेट फेडरेशन है उनकी स्टडी ये जो है ये बताती है कि 65% वुमेन की जो इनकम है वो इस कोविड-19 में कम हो गई थी. तो इसका मतलब है कि कोविड-19 ने जो इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर की वुमेन है उन पर सबसे ज्यादा वो है इफेक्ट किया है. इफेक्ट किस 3 फील्ड में उनका इफेक्ट सबसे ज्यादा हुआ? हेल्थ, लाइवलीहुड एंड केयर. एंड एज ड्यू टू लॉन्ग लॉकडाउन कपल्ड विद रिस्ट्रिक्शंस, दीज वर्कर हैव लॉस्ट देयर वर्क एंड इनकम. वेज इनइक्वालिटी एक और बर्डन है. वेज इनइक्वालिटी एंड द बर्डन ऑफ अनपेड केयर हैज पुश्ड मोर वुमेन आउट ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड इनटू पॉवर्टी. Globally, we can say that more women have lost jobs during COVID-19. A recent report by Center for Sustainable Employment at Aziz Premji University in India shows that during the lockdown in 2020, only 7% of men lost their job. When we compare it to the female, it was 47%. Means 7% जो पुरुष हैं उनकी नौकरियां गई, लेकिन हम औरतों का देखते हैं तो 40% औरतों की जो नौकरी है वो चली गई. In this year, between March and April 2021, rural Indian women in informal jobs accounted for 80% of job losses. Rural में ये जो है ये रेट और भी ज्यादा है, रेशो और भी ज्यादा है. Indian women also spend more time doing unpaid care work at home. On an average, Indians जो हैं, women जो हैं, they spend 9.8 times more time than men. The socioeconomic toll on women and girls have long-term consequences unless policies and actions deliberately target and invest in women. So there is a risk that exodus of women from the workforce could have become permanent, क्योंकि रिवर्स नहीं हो रहा, जो women ने अपनी जॉब तो लूज कर ली, लेकिन वापस जो है वो जॉब पे नहीं आ रही. हम जैसे अपने, ये तो मैं इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर की बात कर रही हूँ, अगर फॉर्मल सेक्टर में भी देखिए, अपने कॉलेजेस में भी देखें, तो परमानेंट स्टाफ जो है वो तो मैनेजमेंट को रखना मजबूरी थी, लेकिन जो एडहॉक स्टाफ है वो भी जो है वो वापस नहीं बुला रहे, क्योंकि पैंडेमिक में ऑनलाइन से कम स्टाफ से भी काम चल रहा है. So COVID-19 lockdown trapped women at their home with their abusers. Domestic violence rates जो हैं वो सबसे ज्यादा हैं. So what are the lessons we have learned from crisis? The continuous emergency income support for workers and businesses operating in the informal economy is critical. Additionally, due to the large gender gap in access to financial accounts, a majority of women are
digital platforms.
This crisis has also underlined the importance of creating universal entitlements to income support. Many informal workers earn just above the poverty level, but due to COVID-19, their income has suffered a lot. Further, social assistance measures should continue to be seen as a part of larger relief package. रिलीफ पैकेज तो उनको दिया, लेकिन सोशल असिस्टेंट जो थी वो बहुत कम थी. अब ये सोशल असिस्टेंट प्रोग्राम किस तरह से हम चला सकते हैं? These should include loan payment, rent and utilities payment, and tax breaks on essential goods. So we know the country has one of the world's highest rate of informal employment, and the pandemic has increased this further, leaving the vast majority of citizens outside the protection of labor laws or any social survey net. Around 93% of the workforce, or 500 million people, work informally in India compared to global average of 61%. The conclusion of the paper is the adverse economic effect of COVID-19 has been most pressing for women, and particularly women working in informal sector. So with unemployment rising in both urban and rural areas, the situation जो है, that is very much critical for the lower paying and less secure female sector than the male sector. So as a result, women have suffered more livelihood losses than men. So in future, if the with continuous innovative and targeted support, we can bring that woman back into the economy and ensure the survival of the woman in the post-COVID-19 world. Thank you very much. This was all from me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your very informative paper. And before I ask the next presenter, I just request all the paper presenters that each presenter will get 5 minutes, and I request you all to please observe the time limit. So the next presenter is Dr. Kamala Bakuni and Dr. Kiran Kumar Pant, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government PG College, Nainital, Uttarakhand. And the paper is entitled The COVID-19 Crisis and Sustainability in the Tourism Industry of Uttarakhand. Dr. Kamala Bakuni ma'am and Dr. Kiran Kumar Pant. Dr. Kamala Bakuni, ma'am, you're there in the meeting? Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
Susila
ma'am,
madam,
you're
if she is
audible.
not there, we can go ahead with the next participant, and when she joins, we will
Yes,
once
we
again
can
give her
take them
chance.
later on. I feel so. Okay, let's continue, and those
Yeah.
who are late, we can take them later on.
But actually, I can see her in the meeting. She's there. Kamala Bakuni, ma'am. Okay, never mind. We can move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter for the day is Ritu Arora from CCS University, Meerut, and Divya Arora, Resource Scholar, Faculty of Commerce and Business Studies, Motherland University, Uttarakhand, and their paper is entitled Post-COVID-19 Globalization Prospects for Rural Development, Journey from Government Budget to Self-Reliant India. Over to Ritu ma'am and Divya ma'am.
Very good afternoon. Yeah, ma'am, I would like to share my screen.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Myself, Divya Arora. I am presenting on behalf of us for the paper. And I would like to have a share screen option. Thank you, ma'am, for granting me so. Here, I am going to present my paper. And it's our paper we have worked on this since the pandemic going on. It's the post-COVID-19 globalization prospects and the most essential sector of economy, rural development. The primary sector have to be addressed. The journey of government budget to self-reliant India. The journey have to be covered with finance to attain the self-sufficiency in every aspect of rural economy. So we are working for the government budget and rural development. The self-sufficiency of village can only attain the doubling of farmers' income, and a sustainable development goal can be achieved because no poverty is the first one, and we need rural economy to eradicate poverty out of it. So hereby we both have worked on this. So rural economy, the one phase of Indian economy which needed no introduction. 70% workforce come. Each and every one of us know that we are the global player of rural economy, as 70% of workforce, 46% of national income comes from his. In this pandemic COVID era, 1991 globalization marks us to the development of urbanization, but the migration comes from rural area. And the workforce which were residing in urbanization field have came back due to pandemic to their native places. So I have studied various magazines, journals, addresses. So I found the most essential one, World Bank President report, where he addressed that we have the development on two prospects. We need the increase in food productivity to address the problem of rising population. And we have to deliver them with development of the technology and better perspectives in the field of agriculture, like R&D for seeds, high yield seeds, irrigation facilities like summer savers, rather than diverse fertilizers, insecticides, and organic farming is the addressed one over here in global market and pandemic, health conscious society. And the food prices have to be stabilized with the supply and demand factor, as we were studying the business environment in first phase of this session only. Then the next is government initiative. In union budget, the government wants to twice the income. They have brought 3 farmers amendment bill which have been rolled back and repealed due to many of the reasons to have rural stress management. National income is being a farmer's spine addressed because we used to provide them facilities, and they have the revolution we have already in the field of milk and honey, and green revolution need no introduction. It's been master stroke. But now the horticulture have to be addressed as diversification, apiculture, where we have beekeeping for honey, because we have a great market from the potentials of Saharanpur. We are the leading producer. So we are associated with the area of Saharanpur, and we have conducted our research in this field. So we have visited many institutions study. NABARD is the main essence one because we are talking about the rural economy. So here I'm sharing. So we will going to start now the proceedings. It's been field visits where I have met exporters and we have collected their information. For the mango pack house, Anaj Mandi, we have addressed the rice production, Anaj Mandi, we have horticulture, fruits and vegetable market, and that addressed us to organic farming. So we have a blend of exporter and government initiatives. So we have understood the agri commodities has a great potential for having globalized market. Farmers brand products have been introduced. Javik Bazaar is going on in order to promote organic food production in the city of Saharanpur on every Thursday, 3rd and 1st of the month. Promoting the cluster system in agriculture system rather than having the single individual selling, because we have marginal and small farming areas. The land have been cultivated and exported in the assembling of lump sum amount rather than in the addressing the single one, because it is very difficult for the exporter to reach to each and every individual. They have created clusters. They have created organizations. They have addressed the condition of supply and demand in the prospectus of maintaining the market. So import countries have been addressing organic foods from here. They have established 25 lakh rupees subsidy to the manufacturing or the producer of the farm in order to have the benefits for the warehousing and others. They are providing the funds and the government is utilizing it in order to attain the objective of doubling of farmers' income. And they have promoted 3 phases. First one, organic farming. Second, export orientation. And third is cluster system. And then the government key announcement is Dhan Lakshmi scheme in order to have training sessions for the quality of weeds and scientific way of farming. They even have the export hubs being created because they have brought all the things over here in the address through exporter connectivity with the Anaj Mandi. For earlier, it was the goods are exported to Lucknow or Delhi and then they passed it. Now they are bringing the exporter to the city of Saharanpur. And this is the proper location of Saharanpur. We are standing in the Ganga Yamuna Doab in the foothills of Shivaliks because we are moving downwards to Uttarakhand and we are the first Lok Sabha seat of Uttar Pradesh. And it marks the northernmost districts of UP and it's a basically agriculture driven area and export of 2 agriculture commodities and excellent wooden handicraft, and that contribute to nation's financial resources of GDP. So the region is quite having the background and it has established 1 soil testing laboratory and which is now well equipped. It was established in 1956, but the field of agronomy addressed with the technology and now it is upgraded by government with this financial budget. But the key hindrances are still there. And in our findings, we have created 2 fragments, one addressed by her and one addressed by me. I have found infrastructure paralysis in the road connectivity. Firstly, the roads were not very smooth. And second, the accessibility of market from village to Saharanpur was very difficult. So how the transportation can be done to major cities or international. And the second fragment which she addressed is financial crunch. We have analyzed the release of funds from the mandi to farmers being in the attainment of DLBT, direct benefit transfer, but that was lagging behind because the exporters pay when their product gets sold and the farmer do not have the accessibility of legal access to the market, so they can attain the benefits of the labor laws and they can attain the benefits of the payment mechanism. Financial crunch analyzed by her as a stability lacking feature. And I have addressed the infrastructure one. So we have understood one thing which we need to be working on. This is the key hindrances where we have to work on in order to promote infrastructure and financial stability. And infrastructure include 2 segments. First is transportation and second is warehouses. Because we have the cultivation, so we don't have the cold storage for it. And when we have talking about horticulture promotion and organic farming, so we need great cold storage in order to have their export till the time the exporter reaches us. Because the marketing is not good in the scenario of a farmer because they are illiterate. And the result of the hindrances is that sale of the mangoes decline because of transportation paralysis. Second, quality standards fall short as we do not able to met out. as we are not accessible to the marketing strategies. Transportation, as I addressed, warehouses the same. Irrigation, marking with the pollution, that being deteriorated. But now it is due to pandemic, we have recovered in the nature and economy and environment is getting smoother. We have created cluster in order to have small and marginal farmer in a profitability trends. And the coordination is between PPP model is going on. So here I have few pictures also to share, and this is whole presentation. And I would like to know if somebody has a doubt or they want to clarify anything and they want to ask anything, you're more than welcome. I'm completely open for question answer session.
Yes, questions are invited. Anyone?
No questions.
We can go ahead.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Thank you, Divya Arora, ma'am, for your presentation. So we move on to our next presenter, that is Dr. Kamala Kapuni and Dr. Kiran Kumar Pant, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government PG College, Nainital, Uttarakhand. And the paper is entitled The COVID-19 Crisis and Sustainability in the Tourism Industry of Uttarakhand. Over to you, Bakuni ma'am.
I request IT coordinators to unmute them.
Unmute, Bakuni.
Sending the request, but ma'am is not unmuting.
Please unmute them.
Ma'am, can you please rejoin the meet? Ma'am? Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Ma'am, please rejoin because I'm sending the request, but you are not able to unmute yourself.
Kamala madam, you unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. We can't unmute you.
Kamala ma'am, can you unmute yourself? In meantime, shall we move on to the next presenter?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think we should. So our next presenter is Mrs. Priyanka Auti from SHRI VARTAK Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali, Mumbai. And ma'am's paper is entitled Economic Participation of Indian Women in On the Way, a Big Menace to Sustainable Development. Over to you, Mrs. Priyanka Auti, ma'am.
Hello everyone. Yes, am I audible?
Hello, ma'am. Yeah.
Hello everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Hello everyone.
Yes,
a very good
yes.
afternoon to all of you. I welcome you in my presentation on economic participation of Indian women is on way. Ma'am, can you please me आप मैं share screen कर सकती हूँ क्या? Those disabled participants screen sharing, it is messaged on my system.
1 second, ma'am. Gupal, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, you are a co-host now. You can share your screen.
No, ma'am, I can't share the screen.
Ma'am, you will be able to share. Please try.
Yes, now it is. Yes, I welcome all of you in my presentation. Economic participation of Indian women is on way, a big menace to sustainable development. It means the decline in economic participation of women in economic activities will create a big menace and barrier in the process of the sustainable development. Presently, India is the 5th largest economy in the world. We have two important goals. First, that is the transforming India into 5 trillion economy by 24-25. And second, very important, that is we have to achieve the 17 sustainable development goals by 2030. But we are trapped in a contradictory situation. In last 2 decades, we have achieved rapid economic growth in terms of GDP. But in the same duration, there is a decline in economic participation of women. And it is really a matter of concern for the policymakers, for the researcher, and those who cares about the gender equality. Here you can understand the seriousness of the situation. Means 43.83 crore Indian women in the working age, 2.6 crore women who are employed on male labor participation rate. So only 25% women are the working and they are contributing in economic activities. Also, here you can understand that the gender gap is widened in India, and India ranks 140 out of 160 countries. Almost we are at the bottom of the gender gap. So it is a really worrisome situation for a country like India, and it will create, if the same trends in female labor participation rate will continue to decline in the future, it will create a big menace of barriers in the process of the sustainable development. And here you can see the 5th sustainable development goals, gender equality, empowering all women and girls. Now, on comparative basis, India has one of the highest gender gaps in G20 countries, and it's one of the few prominent emerging economies where economic participation of women has been on decline. So, now we are going to discuss what are the causes of declining economic participation of women in activities. The World Bank has quoted that no country can develop and achieve its full potential if half of its population is locked in non-remunerative and less productive and non-economic activities. We know that most of the Indian women are engaged in household activities, and that household activities are unpaid and less remunerative, non-remunerative in nature. So here it is alarming situation and warning signal for the government to take the necessary steps for increasing the participation of women in economic activities. I'm finding difficulties to share a screen. What are the causes of declining women participation in economic activities? That we know that is a high engagement in domestic activities. Means Indian women spend 4 hours in household activities and Indian men spend 25 minutes in household activities. So which is 9 times less as compared to the which is 9 times less as compared to the men. So this is one of the prime reason for decreasing the participation of women in economic activities. I can't share the screen. Okay. Next, emergence of automated machines and the agricultural mechanization. Various technological changes are being taken place with the introduction of automated machines in this sector. So most of the routine jobs of women are replaced by machines, particularly in handicrafts and the textile sector. So which is also we can say that one of the reasons behind the decline participation of women in economic activity. Next, that is the increased enrollment in secondary schooling. You can say that this is the positive reason. Specifically in rural area, there is a large decline in women participation in economic activities. It is due to there is an increased enrollment in secondary schooling. So it will give a benefit in the future that we will get a very qualitative and skilled women labor force. Next, that is the less absorption of women in Indian labor market. So studies suggest that demographic characteristics, educational attainment effect of both men and women, lack of medium-sized enterprises, regressive firm hiring decisions, and cross-state differences in labor market regulations are some factors that have impacted the labor force participation decisions of the women. These striking rigidities in the labor market that limited the participation of women in economic activities. Next, that is the increased household income. This is specifically you will find in urban areas of the country where the service sector has expanded in a large extent and which generated the number of employment opportunity and which has increased the level of income. In present Indian scenario, the male income in family, the male income is considered as a primary source of income and the female's income is considered as a secondary source of income. If the primary income is sufficient, so due to expansion of the service sector, it has increased the household income and which reduced the intensity of the woman to do job and to earn money. So this is the specific specifically it is found in urban areas of the country. Next, that is the gender gap in higher education and vocational training. Means enrollments of females have been increased in tertiary level from 2% in 1971 to only 30% in 2019. And very few women have joined cloud computing. Means these are the very challenging jobs and very few women have joined cloud computing, artificial intelligence and the engineering jobs. Lack of job opportunity means present Indian labor market is unable to absorb the educated and capable women, and therefore it forces the women to shift in unorganized sector. And in unorganized sector, there is a less remuneration and the less it induces the women to accept the less dignified jobs. Lack of technical awareness means it is observed that in 2019, 67% of Indian males and 33% of Indian females were internet users. So this gap is wider in rural area. So it becomes difficult for the rural women to get access to education, health, and other developmental activities. So ultimately, it reduces the efficiency and the productivity to face the challenges. And very important, that is the unfavorable work environment, is the sexual harassment at workplace, heavy working hours, biased and unequal treatment, lack of facilities in unorganized sector, inadequate security, stressful work environment. So all these reasons prevent the Indian women to participate in economic activities. Now these are the some measures to increase the participation of women in economic activities. First, that is the expansion of childcare services. So the study said that the marriage and the children, so these are the adversely affected the economic participation of women. So with the help of the NGOs, with the help of the social worker, the government should expand these childcare services. Also, the women entrepreneurs, it should be encouraged by giving the fiscal incentives to the women, also credit facilities at lower rate of interest. Technical awareness program can be conducted in rural areas and urban areas of the country so that it will increase the technical awareness, so that it will increase their productivity and efficiency to face the incoming emerging challenges. And also very important, that is the positive mindset. That women then need to change their mindset, because some of the women, they are not they are reluctant, they are not willing to accept the higher positions and higher responsibility because lack of confidence. So they have to change their mindset, they have to accept the challenges with full of confidence, and so that it will increase the participation of women in economic activities. Also healthy work environment, flexible working hours, and the encouragement for higher education and the vocational training. So these are the important measures for the economic, to increase the economic participation of women in activities. So here I conclude that means it is really an alarming situation for the policymakers to take necessary steps quickly. Otherwise, it will create barriers and menace the process of the sustainable development. But government cannot alone shoulder this responsibility without the cooperation of the women's family, especially her father and her husband. So generally, it is said that behind every successful man there is a woman. Means without the support, women's support, man cannot be successful. Now there is a need to support the women by man for a successful career, and then we can proudly say that behind every woman there is a man. So this positive approach will encourage the participation of women in economic activities, and it would be helpful to achieve the development in real sense. So thank you organizers for giving me this opportunity to present a paper. Thank you once again. And sorry for the technical disturbances.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. I once again request the presenters to adhere to the time limit and try to finish the presentation within the given time limit, that is 5 minutes. So our next presenter, I think Kamala Bhakuni ma'am, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I am highly thankful to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present this nice topic with you. I am Dr. Kamla Bhakuni, and I recently completed my PhD under my respected guide, Dr. Kiran Kumar Pansar, PNG Associate Professor, PNG Government College, Ramnagar, Nainital, Uttarakhand. Today, I am going to present my paper on the topic, the COVID-19 crisis and the sustainability in the tourism sector of Uttarakhand. As you all know that due to the COVID crisis, tourism industry is mostly affected nowadays. As we have seen that necessary lockdown restriction, distance, meetup has made us life very crucial. Now, I think the sustainable tourism can become a potential solution to stimulate tourist movement and have the revival of tourism industry again. As we are living in the state of Uttarakhand, and the tourism industry is regarded as a bread and butter for a significant portion of Uttarakhand residents. Now, today, the main objective of my paper is to know the scope of sustainable tourism development in the Uttarakhand and what are the main initiatives taken by the government of Uttarakhand to revival the tourism industry in the COVID crisis. So firstly, I want to explain what is sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism is a concept which gives complete experience of tourism experience, and in this we have to just keep in mind the issues which has been generated through social, environmental, and economic issues. But we have to protect our natural resources, natural vegetations, and we have to organize the tourism activities without depleting our natural resources also. So as we see in Uttarakhand in previous year in May 2021, we have seen that ki Uttarakhand Finance Department has reported that ki Uttarakhand tourism has incurred a revenue loss of 7 to 8,000 crore from this COVID situations. And in terms of employment, we have also seen that an estimated of 2.5 lakh people has also lost their job in this pandemic situation. Now we have seen that this pandemic situation is going day by day again in a very crucial manner. As we have seen that in our Uttarakhand recently, Chamoli disaster has also been happened, and we have faced in 2000 a very disaster, we can say, in Cloudburst in Kedarnath Dham. So we have seen that so many climatical disasters are also happening in our mountainous and hilly region Uttarakhand. So our government has taken 5 main specific initiatives, although they have taken so many initiatives, but here today I'm discussing the 5 initiatives which our government has taken today. Firstly, our government is encouraging tourism activities. Every year our Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board is organizing 3-day national adventure sports Ganga kayaking in Rishikesh on the Ganga river. From previous year they have also organized from February 17 to February 19, in which they are mainly showing adventurous sports activities, so that they are mainly inviting from all over the professionals and athletics to join these championships. And these type of similar activities are also organizing in Nayar Valley and Pawnee and Mussoorie here to revive the tourism state's economy. And the second one, we know that Asia's biggest festival, Tehri Lake Festival, our state is organizing every year, in which we are showing the highlight of this festival. We are showing to the all over the world. The main themes of this festival is aerial sports and the stunning fireworks and the water-based sports activities. And along this, we are presenting our yoga sensitivities programs and all the cultural activities of our state also. And the third one, the scheme, we know the popular homestay scheme is also we are promoting through our rural tourism here. And for this, our government has selected 29 villages in Uttarkashi, Pithoragarh, Bageshwar, and Nainital district. And we have selected mainly some remote areas district, and we have mainly designed the traditional architecture of Uttarakhand, their houses to the local people, so that the visitors who are coming here, they can enjoy their local environment and local cuisines or the dishes over there. And we are giving them benefits, and we have just selected the villages who have the trekking trails. So the means the visitors who are coming from foreign countries or from the different parts of India, they can get the benefits of tourism trails and as well as the lodging facilities. And the fourth one, we know that it is a very proud moment for our state also, that with the collaboration of Discovery Channel, Uttarakhand Tourism Development has mainly explored a film which is entitled as Explore Uttarakhand, in which audience have the chance to just look after the main tourism destinations of Uttarakhand, spiritual yoga destinations of Uttarakhand, adventurous activities which are of kayaking or water sports activities, and the snow-filled mountains here. Everything the audience gets in their click. And the fourth one, we can say the fifth one is a very worker station. Worker station means work from mountain. And this is unique concept is introduced by recently our Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board, for that those peoples who had get so tired by doing work at home from so many months from the COVID situation, the people come over here and they can enjoy the fresh air and picturesque view of mountain valleys over here and the lush environment, green valleys here, and just do their work. And we are providing them the good internet connectivity also, and providing them their health facilities also in this. And the main key conclusion of my today's presentation is that I think the industry association must also develop mechanisms for effective self-regulations and introduce sound practices to make our tourism activities in a sustainable manner. And I think the local people should also be involved, and they should stake in tourism activities, and there should be a proper coordination of government and private sector participation. At last but not least, I think the tourism will be sustainable if tourism planners and operators will have to check the carrying capacity of natural resources here and recognize the people and communities, their custom and lifestyle. And definitely they have to accept that they should also give benefits to these peoples. Thank you so much, all the organizing committee members here, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. So now we will move on to our next presenter, that is Mr. Aniket Salvi, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Gokhale Education Society, SHRI VAUSAHEB Arts, Commerce and Science College, Borivali. And Sir's paper is entitled Challenges in Indian Higher Education System and its Future in the Light of National Education Policy 2020. Over to you, Aniket sir. Aniket,
am I audible to you all?
Yeah, you are audible, sir. You can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Let me share my screen. Okay, is the screen visible? Ma'am, is the screen visible?
No, not yet.
Okay.
It is in process. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Sushila ma'am, for such a sweet introduction. Okay, and I really feel honored to present my research, to present my paper under the renowned, under the chairmanship of the renowned scholar Dr. Susmita Dakshini ma'am. Okay, so basically my paper deals with the challenges in Indian higher education system and its future in the light of the National Education Policy 2020. So whenever we talk about the education or the higher education, we all are very much aware that higher education or the education plays a very much crucial role.
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible?
Sorry, sir, actually your screen is not visible. Can you please start sharing again?
Okay. Okay.
Sir, we will share the PPT. It's
Okay, please.
Yes, sir, you can start.
Okay. So basically my paper is dealing with the challenges in Indian higher education system and the future in the light of the National Education Policy 2020. Okay. Everyone over here are the stakeholder of the education in India. Okay. So we are very much aware that how education plays a crucial role to transform the human being into the human resources. But while preparing this particular paper, what does I realize? Someone worked in the 75 years of independence. Okay, the 75 years of independence. Okay, we are still dealing with the same challenges or some kind of that challenges which we have.
Sorry, it's not audible.
Is there any technical issue?
I think so. Aniket sir, can you hear me? You're not audible.
There is some network issue from Aniket sir.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, right. Aniket sir.
Ma'am, Aniket sir have left the meeting.
So I think shall we move on to the next participant?
Yes,
And we will give him a chance once he is back. Okay. So our next presenter is Mr. Ajinkya Patil sir, and his paper is entitled "Study of Effects of FFI and FDI in Indian Economic Growth." Over to you, Ajinkya Patil sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Okay, my screen is visible, ma'am. I'm audible.
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay.
You can start a slideshow so that
Okay. So my topic was to study of effect on FII and FDI on Indian economy. When we are going to be said about the foreign institutional investor and foreign direct investment, we know that it is going to be play a major role to develop in the economy as and whole in a global competency. So my research paper was my project was completely based on that thing only. And the introduction from the 1991, we know that the LPG policy was accepted by Indian government. Because of that, our Indian economy was open to overall all the sectors, and we are accepting the foreign investment, foreign businesses, foreign trade from 1991. From that side, the foreign institutional investors and the foreign direct investment started investing in Indian economy, and our development as a global competency toward the developing country has been started from that year. When we are going to say about the institutional investors and the foreign direct investment, the institutional investors are the investors who are going to be invest in Indian economy for the shorter period. They can invest for the 1 or 2 years, and whatever the interest earning they are going to get on it, they will going to withdraw that economy. Whatever the fund they have withdrawn, either they will going to withdraw the particularly interest on that. And the foreign direct investment are the investment the company are going to be stay in the particular economy for the longer duration. They will going to be save their companies, they will going to set their plants in India, which is going to be directly affect the economical development, employability, production prices, and all the things will going to be investment. So these are the some of the brick ranking are the pillars in which the India is going to be ranked. The majority they receive the in foreign investment, the India ranked 20. In export, the India ranked 12. In import, it will going to be ranked for the 8. The exchange reserve, the currency exchange rate, we are going to be ranked as a 9. Then GDP and the particular nominal and PPP, we have in the third rank as per the brick ranking in given. And these are the table. Next, we are going to say that these are the investment inflow and outflow of foreign institutional investors in equity market and in the debt market. So we know that when economy is going to be divided, investment come for in the share market also, and some of the investment come for the debt market also. So these are the tables. We know that every year there is some of the starting. I had taken from the 2008 because after the recession, we know that 2008 there was a global recession, so there was a huge withdrawal we can see from the particular year. After that, the increase the particular inflow of the currency, foreign currency, and the foreign investors are wishing to invest in India till the 2018. This was the tables I have taken, and in 2015 there was a huge investment has been come into the equity market totally. After that, we are going to see the investment, net investment, which is going to become from the FII in the particularly Indian economy. See, we can similarly say that in 2009 and 10, there was a withdrawal, the huge withdrawal from the currency because there was a global competency and that. And in 2015, there was a large investment going to be done by the foreign institutional investors in Indian stock market. After that, we can going to find the relationship between the foreign direct investment, foreign institutional investors, and GDP. There is a positive relationship, which means that the particularly foreign currencies and the foreign institutional investors and foreign direct investment are willing to invest in Indian market because they see as India as a developing country economy having the inflation rate which is suitable for them to invest and earn maximum money compared to other economies. So from that paper, I conclude that Indian economy is one of the emerging economy which having the goal and welcome foreign investment, not only to overcome the current debt market, which is going to be develop the infrastructure, technology, innovation, employability in economy. In the last 2 decades, the foreign institutional investment and foreign direct investment are mostly preferring the India as for their favorite economy to invest in the market. And there are the continuously every year the investment is going to be rise till the today's date. And because of that, there are the reasons to economy is going to be favorite. There are the foreign policy which is going to be framed by Indian government. There are the investment, there are the opportunity, the cheaper employability cost, the cheaper in the production cost, the raw material availability, all such type of factors are available in India at a very cheaper rate. And when the institutional investors are willing to invest in the particular economy for the shorter run, they are one of the most suitable and the favorite economy is Indian economy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I think Aniket sir has joined.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
Aniket
for,
sir. Yeah,
and
yeah.
I really apologize from all the technical error from my end. Give me a second. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, it's all right, sir. You can start the presentation.
Is the screen visible?
Sir, yes, sir, it is visible. Yeah.
So once again, thank you, Sushila ma'am, for the
Yeah.
introduction. And I really feel honored to present my paper under the chairmanship of Dr. Sushmita Dakshini ma'am. Okay. So as my paper basically talks about the challenges in Indian higher education system and its future in the light of the national education policy. Okay. Now, while preparing this particular paper or this presentation, something which was disappointing me was like even after this on the 75th year of the independence, we are discussing about the same challenges which we used to face like 70 years back or 60 years back or 50 years back. We are discussing the same challenges, and even the something before the 2020, we were following the same old 37-old national educational policy, which there was a need to make a reform in this particular policy. So this was such a disappointment for me, like how even after the 70 years of independence, why we are going ahead with the old challenges. But in a meanwhile, when I look back at the data from where we have reached today, okay, if you look at the All India Survey of the Higher Education, currently we have around 1043 university, we have more than 42,000 of colleges and more than 11,000 of 779 institution, with compared to the just 20 university and 500 colleges since our inception or since in 1947 or 1950. So this is kind of change what we have brought in the 70 or 75 years of independence. But considering the global platform, okay, or the global scenario, okay, where do we lies? Okay, where do our institution lies, or where do our university lies, or where do our higher education lies? Okay, leaving 2 or 3 institutions, that too specifically IITs and IISCs. Okay, not a single institution comes in the top 200 of the global ranking. So this is something which is again a disappointment for all of us being the stakeholder of the education. At the same time, when we look at the gross enrollment rate in the higher education in India, which is something around 27.1%. So it indicates that even today, in this, the data is of 2019 and 20. Okay, even today, that there is a higher rate of dropout after the class 12 or after the class 10. So this is again something is need to be changed if we wanted to be a next to next superpower, as India has been seen as a next to next superpower on a global level. The problem lies with the majority of our colleges or majority of our institution which lies in the rural parts of the India, and probably majority of those, nearly around 65.2%, okay, belongs to the private and unaided colleges. So here the question comes whether the accessibility as well as the affordability of higher education is there or not. Another part which I would like to deal with
is the majority of our undergraduate courses, okay, major is something we have around 32.7% of students who are enrolling in the humanities subject, in the subject like sociology, the subject like political science, the subject like psychology, followed by the 16% of the total students taking science as the career, commerce with 14.9. But in the end, what are we doing with them? Again, this question marks come to what are we doing with them? Okay, are those people are employable? Again, this is a question mark. Okay, probably what we are experiencing in the last 15 years or more than in last 50 years is even after completing their graduation in arts or in any of the humanities subject or in the social science subject, okay, are they working in that particular field? Okay, the answer once again is no. Secondly, the people who are going ahead with the science or engineering or technology, which constitute of around 12.6%, as one of the survey of the Tata industry talks about, more than 50% of the people who are completing their engineering or the technical education are not employable to this position. So whether our education system is somewhat is fulfilling the objectives which we have seen 70 years back, this again becomes a question mark for all of us. Next thing is why our higher education system is still lagging. The most important thing is we are lagging because of the fund allocation. Okay, whether since 1950 to 2020, this 2020-22, the fund allocation for the higher education is always minimal, okay, as compared to the other sectors. Okay, you cannot dream of a self-sufficient India, or you cannot dream to make India a self-sufficient country or a next superpower by having a minimum allocation of budget to the education sector. Second major reason which I find out is lack of streamlined visionary policy. Yes, the new education policy somewhat have a vision to make the whole education system into having a holistic approach or inclusive or affordable thing. But we yet do not know how effective it might be, because the new education policy which was being proposed in 2020. Okay, yet but in 2022, the current budget we have seen that the allocation of fund or allocation of budget for the education was again minimized as compared to the last 3 years. The third thing, the problem of unemployability. Even after graduation, whether the jobs are available for the graduate students. Okay, again this thing becomes a question mark. Again, for the many of the government sector for the class C officer, class D officer, in the last 2 years or the last 3 years, we all have found out that the people who have done their post graduation are applying for the position of the class 3 officer, class 3 workers, or the class 4 workers. Next is the lack of understanding of demand and supply. Okay, the whole education should be focused, or the whole research work should be focused on the demand and supply. As per the market demands, our education should transform, or our education should reform. Okay, if the demand of if the demand in the market is for a particular sector, that thing should be streamlined in the graduate courses itself. Next thing, as I said, our new education policy is trying to have is attempting to provide a vision to education system in India, but at the same time the budget shows a different story, or the budget shows that the union budget specifically for the educational thing is again being reduced, and especially for the higher education it has been reduced for around 1,000 crores. So this is not something which has been encouraging in the higher education system. Next, if we look at the student teachers ratio, okay, if you look at the student teacher ratio in the higher education, okay, and when I compare the same ratio with another developed country or another developing country, India's ratio of the student teacher is somewhere at 24:1. So we have around 24 students per teacher. Again, this particular data may vary from place to place, and this thing nothing but becomes a burden on a particular faculty or a particular teacher, which might or might not directly or indirectly might affect the qualitative teaching in the campuses. Now, again, talking about the gross educational in the higher education, India accounts around 30.6%, which is far less as compared to the other developing countries like Canada, which has 69% of the gross enrollment ratio, South Korea 94%, Germany 70%, whereas United States of America again 88%. So with these countries are having such an high GER, why not India even after 75%, 75 years of independence is not having a huge or at least minimum 50 or 60% of gross enrollment ratio into the higher education?
Aniket sir, sorry to interrupt, but if you can quickly just conclude,
Sure.
because we are actually facing a time constraint.
Sure. Okay. Again, in the talking in terms of the global recognition and ranking, okay, somewhere only 22 universities are featured in the top 1,000, and one of the effect of the education system which we have is the brain drain. Majority of our scholars are going for some another institution in different countries to pursue higher education. So this is what a brain drain which we are supposed to avoid. Okay, the reforms which has been suggested by the new education policy, one of the best thing which I found out that they have fixed the percentage of 6% of the gross domestic GDP to the budget allocation in the education. They are also been trying to establish the National Research Foundation. Now, this National Research Foundation will be specifically working as per the demand of the market and will be narrowing down the research for the research applicants. So this is something which we need to understand and to know about the strategy for the future. Okay, it is very much necessary to create an education industry linked to impart training to students at the college and university level itself. To conclude with, we are the same country where the university like Nalanda, Takshashila, and Vikramshila University. So if we reform our education system once again, we will be surely having a qualitative education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation, and I really apologize that I have to interrupt in between and ask you to cut short the presentation, but we are really facing a time constraint. Thank you once again. So now we move on to the last presentation of the day, that is by Dr. Kirti Kulkarni, Mehta Science and Commerce College, Bodi, Palghar. Ma'am's paper is entitled Changing Global Scenario and Strategies for Energy Conservation. Over to you, Dr. Kirti ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are. You're audible.
Yes, is my screen is visible to you, all of?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Dr. Kirti Sriram Kulkarni, and I am from Gokhale Education Society's NB Mehta College, Bordi. And my topic is
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Yeah, right. Now, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. My topic is changing global scenario and strategies for energy conservation. So, as we all know that energy is one of the major inputs for the economic and social development of any country. So, common primary energy sources are coal, oil, natural gas, wood, and biomass. So over the period of time, secondary energy sources like nuclear energy from radioactive substances, thermal energy, wind and tide energy is also used effectively to meet the energy demands. So what is the Indian energy scenario? That rising consumption of energy, shifting the traditional sources of energy, which are mostly biomass, that is biofuels, towards the commercial form of energy. So there is decarbonization and diversification of fuels, especially for the production of electricity throughout most of the 20th century. But because of all this, there is tremendous quantities of pollutant is associated with the conventional energy sources. So as we discuss about energy and the environment, we all know that in both developed and rapidly industrializing countries, the major historic air pollution problem is seen because of domestic and industrial purposes. So the uses of energy resources in chemical and fertilizer industries, toxic gases are released. Even cement plants and power plants through out particulate matter leads to the environmental damages. So not only this, but we can see various effective effects on the environment because of large energy consumption. So they are greenhouse effect, then increasing sea levels, changing carbon cycle, acid rain, forest fire, cyclones and droughts, and loss of biodiversity. So what is the changing global scenario of energy demands and what is the need for sustainability? So the world's rapid growth in energy demand through urbanization and industrialization has mainly been satisfied by the conventional energy sources like fossil fuels. But the changing social, economic and environmental scenario is creating a different outlook for international energy demands from the conventional sources towards non-conventional sources. So the increasing global population, even pollution, climate change, and global warming is leading us towards the sustainable development where we need to adopt energy efficiency measures as well as consistent use of renewable energy sources. So what should be our strategies to conserve the energy? So it is rationalizing the tariff structure of various energy products, optimum utilization of existing assets, efficiency in production systems, promoting R&D, use of technologies and practices for environmental friendly energy systems, maximizing the efficiency of rail transport, especially on coal-based plants, effective use of nuclear, solar, wind and tide energy, and promoting the energy efficiency and emission standards. So coming toward the conclusion, I would like to say that with the high energy saving potential and its benefit, bridging the gap between demand and supply, proper plan and action is needed. The balance between global economic growth and high energy demand is achieved by global governance, a proper investment in energy infrastructures, significant energy conservation, and its effective use. Thank you so much. Thanks to organizer for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Thank you so much. May I now request the chairperson of the session, Dr. Sushmita Dakshini ma'am, to express her views on the papers presented and share her thoughts on the theme of the conference. Over to you, Dr. Sushmita Dakshini ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
respected management principal, Sant Madam, Mrs. Yadav, Professor Prachi, Professor Salunke. I thank you all for inviting me to chair the session today. I am highly honored and privileged to chair the session on the global scenario and business environment. Today's world is, facing a very unconventional changes of capabilities and the capacities. COVID-19, I feel, has changed the world order, and its effect would be felt for years to come. And I feel that it has brought a titanic shift in our lives as well as in the economies. And this change would be felt by all of us for years to come. And several economies have shown their resilience, and they have absorbed this shock and are moving ahead, adopting the different strategies for sustainable growth. The next normal is going to be very different. Trade, commerce, environment, society, individuals. Today, we all have started looking up to shape our future rather than mulling over the losses during the pandemic. I feel today's session was very exciting, wherein different papers were presented on the topics. Two papers on women, and I feel women has great potentials, and she is most vulnerable and untapped resource of the economy. Paper on tourism, then government initiatives taken in the union budget, economic participants of the women, then challenges in higher education, effect of FII and FDI. All these papers, if I'm not forgotten, globalization prospects, all these papers were presented and all have highlighted what we have undergone and what ought to be done, because we cannot sit. We have to accept this change and the transformation, and we have to take a call on taking immediate decisions. I thank you all for inviting me for this session, and all have presented the papers, and I feel that, of course, most of the papers were of secondary nature. I would, you can say, would be more happy if, presenters take up the primary data collection, because that definitely would add to more research, and it would some way help in, you can say, sending our outcomes to the ministries, because they also look forward to such conferences where deliberations take place, and look forward to the suggestions that we can give, to our ministries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful ideas and thoughts. Thank you once again. May I now request Professor Prachi Kadam to propose a formal vote of thanks. Over to you, Prachi ma'am.
Thank you, Sushila ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here. So we have reached the end of this beautiful event. I, Professor Prachi Kadam, BMS coordinator, take an opportunity to propose a vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank our management, Gokhale Education Society, SHRI BHAUSAHEB VARTAK Arts, Commerce, Science College, Borivali, for organizing two-day National Web Conference on Changing Global Scenario, Strategies for Sustainability. I thank the chairperson, Dr. Susmita Dakshini ma'am, Principal, DTS College of Commerce, for accepting an invitation and gracing this event. Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with your inspiring and motivational words. I would like to express our deep gratitude to Principal Ma'am, Dr. Mrs. S.P. Sun, for continuous guidance and support for organizing such an event. I thank Vice Principal, CA R.N. Doshi Sir and Dr. Mahesh Auti Sir for their support and guidance. Wholeheartedly, I must thank all the delegates and paper presenter for the excellent presentation and making this technical session a very meaningful and interesting. A special thank to the coordinator of this technical session, Dr. Mrs. Sushila Yadav, and rapporteur, Professor Shruti Salunke, for their support and coordination. I also extend thanks to the organizing committee, teaching staff, and non-teaching staff for your cooperation. I also thank our students for active participation. With this warm words and a kind message, we move to the end of today's web conference. Thank you once again. Just a reminder, tomorrow, technical session 2 will start at 10 a.m. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Prachi ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I think we can stop recording now and end the session.
Yes, sir.